I won't slow down, building my empire in this buzzing town, casting my vision on the silver screen, my funded life, a vivid sheen, my funded futures, light the way.
Good morning, traders. Happy Tuesday. Welcome to My Funded Futures and My Funded TV. I am Terry Trace 100, and we have our expert traders, Bull Barbie and Nick Does Futures. Good morning, everyone. Welcome back, Bull Barbie.
Good morning. Well, welcome back to you too, since I missed that.
Oh, thank you. I missed you guys. I missed both of you guys. I texted Barbie yesterday. I was like, hey, I missed you on the show. Welcome
We're
back.
holding down the fort.
Yes. Yeah, I caught pieces of it. Tom did a great job. Thank you, Tom. I was like, I better get back to make sure I still have a job. Oh, how are you doing this morning, Nick?
Doing well. Hopefully we catch a good move today. Good to have the trio back here. Been like what, 10 days? Something like that. So
yeah, three musketeers. Yeah, no. I love us three.
Yeah, but although we did have fun with Tom, his intros are kind of bangers. I'm not gonna lie.
They're kind of epic.
They're kind of epic.
Yeah, it's so
They're
good.
Very true. Barbie thinks every red candle is a green one.
He is so quick and good with lots of jokes.
Yeah.
I
think he was rehearsing for it a little bit.
Pardon, Nick?
I think he was rehearsing for it a little bit. Like he knew he was coming on, so he had to, just kind of dig deep in his bag and stuff like that. But
I appreciate it.
Yeah. So, yeah. No, you guys take any trades yesterday?
Yeah, I did. Oh my gosh! So I got my account up to after taking out that payout, the $1,000 payout. I ran up the account to $4,000 in profits. And then I just got so excited. And on the core account, you start off with just a max of 1 mini, and I got too excited when I woke up this morning and I saw I could have 3. So I'm in a bit of a drawdown because I size so big. And I told myself this morning, I was like, Terry, you have to remember what this feels like so that you don't do this again, because I just get so excited and my memory of like the bad things just goes away. And it's like I have bad trade amnesia. Right. And then you just want to jump into big contracts. And I did the math. I think it's over like $1.4 million of notional value. I was, essentially controlling in sim funded with 3 minis, with only a few $1,000s worth of drawdown. Like that's wild, right? Like you have to be so precise. So, yes, definitely humbled this morning. But what about you guys? Any trades yesterday evening or this morning?
Nothing this morning, but I did have that trade yesterday with you, but that's about it. How about you, Barbie?
I traded the morning a little bit yesterday, but I've been hitting my options kind of hard, so I ended up taking some profits on some options yesterday. I was getting a little bit nervous about the government shutdown and some. You know how when you're sitting there and you've got something in profit and you're like, this is really nice. I would hate it if anything ruined this, even though I think it's going to go up more. So I went ahead and took some profits. I didn't want to let go of those profits because we are in a little bit of, we're kind of teetering on a spot here. And so I was being a little cautious with those, but yeah, just a quick little trade in the futures yesterday.
Yeah, no, go ahead and break it down.
Well, I honestly don't really remember because I was just kind of scalping the morning, but I'll kind of talk about what I was looking at because I have been really working on my options account because of this big run that we had. This is the daily. Because of this big run we had, I was really running out of option swings. And so that's kind of been my focus, is kind of rebalancing my portfolios a little bit. But when I think about the fact that I'm doing that on a smaller scale, I kind of think that the larger firms and things are doing that same sort of thing here, because we keep kind of just gluing to some of these major key levels. And right now the ES is really kind of glued to that 6,700. It was, you know, the spot that we launched from, you know, when we opened on Sunday, that was really that breakout point. And then it's the spot that we immediately came back down and tested yesterday. And then it's the spot that we've been kind of holding overnight. So I do think that the 6,700 is kind of a good line in the sand to watch, to kind of judge which way we might go on, you know, at least for the morning session. So what I'm kind of looking at on the ES, I'll go to the hourly where you can see this a little bit better. But you can see, I wanted to show you on the hourly how the 6,700 is really this spot that keeps kind of either supporting the daily candles or being resistance to the daily candles. So that's really important to keep in mind when we're looking at the smaller charts like this hourly. So that's that support that I was just talking about around 6,700. We are, well, the hard thing is I wish, like, if we were more extended on the hourly, then it would give me a little bit more optimism for a move up. I'm not super, I'm not super confident about it yet. So that's what I need the market to show me, that it's willing to make a bullish move first, which would be holding 7,100, looking at these pre-market highs here around, you know, it's really that 6720 zone again. It's a little bit below that for that high technically, but I'll be looking for that pre-market high for the first target. And then the highs from the highs from, this was really pre-market yesterday too, the highs from pre-market around 67.36. What I was noticing though is, so we had this opportunity to go up and test the 67.50 area from last week. That was kind of this weird price action. We were all kind of laughing at this price action because it was weird looking. But the fact that we didn't go up and test that when we had kind of the clear opportunity yesterday is what really makes me think that the market's just not necessarily ready to go there yet. And so that kind of puts it where we could just be chopping around this area and maybe only making a high up to this high that we already, this pre-market area, the 6720, and just kind of hang around the 6700 level and not stray too far from it, or test lower and see if the 6670 level down here that's been really strong support, that's where we broke below and then reclaimed. That would be the next target lower if the bears show up and are able to pull this lower. So I see some of y'all like get really on team, I think, with team ES or team NASDAQ. And one of the things that is really important to remember is that these guys, if we're going to have a good trade, the ES and the NASDAQ are going to make that move together. So all of the levels that I just called out on ES will kind of have a buddy over here on the NASDAQ chart. So kind of on that note, I know that Nick probably has some NASDAQ levels for us.
Yeah, no, I'm kind of watching,
Both.
maybe just watching like higher price.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I had to let you go first this time. You know, that's kind of I wanted to cheat a little bit. Today, I'm actually kind of leaning pretty bullish, to be honest with you.
Let's hear your arguments for that.
Yeah, so for me, ever since we had this move up Sunday and Monday, this move right here, all we have done is just pull back and into this 4-hour gap right here. This was something I was watching yesterday. As you can see, this is, you know, it right here. This is, you know, 2 o'clock and like the 10 o'clock candle from yesterday. So if you look at the hourly, right, the 10 a.m. candle, the hourly close at 10 a.m. will tell a lot for me. So if we get above here, I'm not going to be looking at shorts, honestly. But I'm not very confident in today, but I'll probably lean like 60-40 bullish, to be honest. The main thing I'm watching is, since we are moving away from this 4-hour gap, is the 15-minute kind of looks pretty clean. I do want to see us close above, like right around this area right here. That would, it's already inverse this gap to the downside, but I want to see something like this and then move higher. And you're like, well, why would we want to see move higher? Because previous day high is still up here. So these daily candles, the highs can be used as targets. So I have plenty of targets to the upside. So this is kind of what I'm watching on indices, like right here from this gap. We did sweep this low at previous day low, and there's an SMT with NQ and ES right now. So it is NFP week, so bring on the BS, right? But I want to see this a close above this level here at 24,852 on NQ, and close above the level here at 67.14 on ES. So that's kind of something I'm watching. I am mindful of these gaps right here to the downside, but I just have a feeling we're gonna go higher. Just a feeling.
The crystal balls.
What'd you say? I didn't hear you.
Oh, I thought it was the crystal balls.
Yeah, those are the crystal. Yeah.
You borrowing those from Tom?
I did. Well, he left them with me.
Take good care of Tom's balls.
I wonder what Tom's doing right now. He's probably balls deep and along right now. Yeah. So this is sort of what I'm watching for the day. Gold. Let me take a peep at gold. Oof. I don't like when I'm coming to the charts and the daily candle looks like this, where like the wick is like super big, and I'm looking to target to the upside, right? Like I want to see, a daily candle like. Let's see here. This isn't too bad, right? You know, you got a high in here. You can target like a London high. Yeah, you know, but this is kind of, I don't really like it too much on gold at the moment. So, and look at this displacement here. Like who would actually want, even though this is a pretty bullish asset, who would want a long like right here at this moment? This is the hourly chart, right? So maybe it's just hands off for that. Let me pull up something else too. Let's see what I want to pull up 6E, see what that's doing. It is the start of the next quarter, the last quarter. Don't we have earnings
tomorrow?
Tomorrow is, yeah, but is this earnings week or is it next week? Like a big
the bank earnings. I think we're a week and a half out from bank earnings, aren't we? That's the next one I watch.
Okay.
I think I heard Nike's reporting after the bell today, and then we do have jolts, don't we?
Yeah, we do have. Thanks for reminding me. That's why we work together as a trio. Yeah, so we have 10 a.m. news. So that actually coincides with my thought process on waiting until 10 o'clock to see how the hourly closes. I'll definitely probably be waiting until 10 a.m. To take a trade here, but not saying 100%, but like, you know, if I see something, I'll take it, but it's got to be A+, especially before news. But I didn't really see anything on the 6E or Euro futures that really caught my eye here. Let's take a look at bonds, go with the daily. I like to look at those on the daily. Bonds kind of moving higher from this weekly gap. We'll see if we get a close above, because that would be a confirmed move out of this consolidation. Let's check out yields real quick. Yields going lower. Yeah, okay. All right. Well, we're starting to see a little bit of correlation with everything. Yesterday was a little wild because we had remember, guys, we had YM going like super like low. ES was going low, and then NQ was just ripping higher. And I was in my short on NQ, and like, if you guys remember yesterday, let me actually just go to that. I was looking to target these Asia lows right here, and if I would have took this same trade, which was this here. Oh crap! My entry would have been right here at the open. Stop would have been right around in here, really. This would have worked out down to this Asia low, and I took out NQ. So it's just a little off my game yesterday. We'll have to just bounce back today. But I was right yesterday, but it doesn't matter because I wasn't profitable. So another great example of that. So that is that's pretty much it for me. I'm gonna be watching a 15-minute chart a lot today, I think. Yeah.
Thank you, Nick.
Any questions in the chat?
A quick shout out to Keith Singleton. Happy birthday, Keith. Keith is one of our family members here. And Keith, thank you so much for the songs that you've made for us. Happy birthday. We're all wishing you a great day.
Yeah, man. Happy birthday. Mine's in a whole month and a half. So yeah, it's coming up here soon. Be old, man. Be old.
An old man?
Old man.
Anything fun planned?
Going to LA. Well, no, we're doing that
What you doing there? What you doing there?
I kind of want to go to Nobu in Malibu.
Oh, fun.
Yeah. But we're actually going in October. I got it mixed up. I don't know.
Well, October starts tomorrow, so.
Yeah, well, like middle of October, I'll be in LA. So my birthday's in the middle of November. So I don't know. I got to figure it out. I'll probably go to a football game. You know, you guys know how much I love football. Tinder, Bumble. No, I'm not on either of those guys.
But yeah, so the point that I was trying to make is that this is the last day of the month, and it's also the last day of the quarter. So that's what we were kind of talking about.
Good point.
About earnings season. Like, yeah, there are earnings all the time, but the heavy hitters are going to come starting with banks in a couple of weeks.
Also, too, I thought you were going to go a different route there and talking about the last day of the quarter. Last day of the quarters can be a little weird to trade too, I've noticed.
Yeah.
Especially if they're like on a high impact news week. So like let's just say CPI was tomorrow and today was the last day of the quarter. I'd be like, whoa, like hands off a little bit. We are seeing nice displacement in the market, nice speed. So we'll see how we open, and we have news at 10, but it is NFP week. So, you know, we definitely have to be a little cautious. If you guys get confused on the direction of the market, like just like stay on the 15-minute, stay on the hourly, you'll really start to see that expansion of and what price is reaching for. If you look at those time frames, I've noticed you may not catch every single move. You may not be able to bottom tick and top tick and all that fun stuff, but you know, at least you'll be on the right side of the market.
Mm-hmm. I have learned and am learning all the time that it's like not standing in front of the freight train is such an important skill. Like, and like to not fight it, right? Like, yeah, it's just so easy to just like want to fight, and market doesn't reward fighters in that way.
No,
it's definitely not about how hard you fight. It's not about how hard you fight. It's about how good you wait and execute your plan. That's it.
Yeah, how Rocky said, it ain't about how hard you get. It's about how hard you get hit and you keep. I don't know how he said it. What he said? He said it's about how hard.
I need an accurate impression. Otherwise, I won't know what you're talking about.
You gotta go do it. Yeah. So all-time great movie right there. Watch it like 400,000 times.
Yeah, it's not always about just getting back up and licking your wounds. You got to do it right too.
It's not how hard you hit. It's about how hard you can get hit and keep moving forward.
There it is. Bam. It's been a minute since I've seen the movie.
Not the best trading analogy though, because we don't want to be taking hits. We want to avoid the hits. There's a lot of ways you can avoid the hits in this game. That's everyone's always looking for that holy grail, and I tell y'all the holy grail every time I talk to any crowd, and it's discipline. That's the holy grail of trading.
Mm-hmm. It's about how hard you can get hit and keep moving forward. Yeah, that's good. All-time great movie right
That's good. So chat, what are you guys thinking? Long for the day or short for the day or no trades? Type in L if you're thinking longs, looking for longs. Type in S if you're looking for shorts, or N for no trades.
Let's see what they say. They think long, the bullish, SMT at the lows. They said, Nick, you do it good, bro. I actually do it horrible. I'm a little out of practice here. I got that frog in my throat this morning. Kind of like Barbie. I guess it just jumped into my mouth all of a sudden.
Something like that. We share our frogs. It's like chewing gum. We just pass it back and forth.
Oh, I remember doing that as a kid. It's like.
Let's see. Oh, so we got 9 minutes till open here. I'm gonna be watching to see one thing for sure for the next 9 minutes to see if we can respect this 15-minute gap right here to the upside. I don't want to see us like close like pretty bearish down to here. This is probably the only point of interest that I have to the upside at the moment. So It really needs to get respected. I think it will. Because we did run these lows right here on previous day low. We have SMT. So just waiting for a tad more confirmation, I may get all my confirmations by now. It may not take a trade, but at least I can say I told you so, right? Sound like all the people.
Well, that's kind of the thing I'm looking at too, is we do have that news coming, and then I'm watching to see if the 67 level holds to kind of determine which plan I'm taking for the day. So hopefully it plays nice. You better.
Yeah,
and then
100%.
we also have the government looming shutdown that the politicians are trying to negotiate. So that's kind of in the air too. And President Trump might say something today. Who knows?
Or tweet.
Tweet, yes. Yep, exactly.
Barbie, did you happen to congratulate Terry on her huge win? I think it would have been better if y'all two would have just went down there, I think it would have been a lot more fun. Y'all could have.
That's not really my style. But yeah, I don't think I did since you got back, since I was missing. So congratulations on mastering the what is it? The BDH.
The BDH. Yes. Thanks, girl. Thank you.
Now you're back where you belong.
Yes, exactly. It feels good to be home.
No more shenanigans. back to the regular grind.
Yes.
Is this too boring now? Do you need to have somebody yelling and screaming and causing drama, or you okay with just like chill normal trading now?
She did great.
I love it all. I love it all. The wild and then also the calm. Yeah, I love it all.
What are you gonna do with the 25K?
Now
that it's officially in your bank account.
Right. I did buy my mom the flowers. She absolutely loves them. I tried to tell her, like, I'm like, Mom, I did this really cool thing. And then I was like showing her some video and stuff, and she didn't understand really.
I still love you anyways, type of thing.
Yeah, she's just really happy. I take care of my mom, for people who don't know. She's terminally ill, and so I take care of her full time outside of trading. And yeah, it just makes me really happy to see her smile every day. And even though she like didn't understand like what a big deal it was for me, right? Like just to be able to trade live and 5 days in a row and compete and 3+ hours each day, like it was quite the accomplishment. Like I felt like I was winning no matter what happened. And yeah, so I know like she's proud of me, right? Like so growing up, you guys, my mom was like a tiger mom. She like I would bring home like a report card, and it would be like, A- or B, and her response wasn't like, oh, good job, excellent job. Her response was, next time get all A's. So she was very difficult to please, and it's really neat to see things come full circle, like with me taking care of her now, like because when I was young and a teenager, like we definitely butted heads, and now just have things come full circle, where I'm taking care of her. It's really sweet, and for me to get to see her like just enjoy life, right, and just be happy every day. So yeah. Anyways, a long answer to your question. What am I going to do with the money? I bought my mom flowers, and then reinvest in things, right? Like I'm looking at getting a new camera, and of course, like save some money too. Save money for that future Rolex and that future Airstream.
Oh yeah, I know you want the. Yeah, you can get. Yeah, you should be able to get both, but now down payment on both.
Thank you. Yeah,
That's pretty cool.
it's
That's pretty
exciting.
cool. You got that stuff for your mom, especially with everything you just said. Being terminally ill and things like that. I never would have known that with you being the host and everything. You always come in here every day with a smile on your face. So
thank you, Nick.
yeah, no one more deserving than you on that.
Thank you. It's life, right? It's like the circle of life, and definitely I went through like the grief, like hardcore, like the first year that she was diagnosed. So Yeah, she I don't want to go like, into her
No,
diagnosis
no, no,
or
no.
anything, but yeah, I think it is just like, the circle of life, and it's the acceptance, and then it's like, okay, how can I make her last chapter like the most amazing, wonderful as possible? And of course I have my moments where it hits you and you cry and stuff like that. But yeah, like we just keep going, right? Like same with trading. Like we get knocked down and then we get back up. And you guys, life isn't easy for anyone. It's just not it's hard for us all, and there's different chapters that we go through. So yeah, I'm just so happy to be with you guys and to get to grow with the both of you and learn. I was telling a good friend of mine, I'm like, I get to go on the show every day and I get to like get coached. Like I get to get coached by you guys. So everyone who's listening and watching, like we get this amazing opportunity every day to learn from both Barbie and Nick Does Futures and Magnus and Denny and all the other traders on our show for free. So it's so cool.
Yeah, 100%. No, that's good stuff. I'm glad you were able to. So it seems like you just buy your mom flowers and you just threw the rest in the bank, correct?
Yeah.
Go ahead.
I
Nothing wrong with
spent
that. Probably the
I
best move.
think like I was like buying dinners and lunches, and like buying like treats at the airport. Like yeah, it just feels good. Definitely.
Yeah, I'm actually very surprised he paid you. That's pretty. I mean, I thought he could have found some loophole and be like, well, she didn't finish. I'll pay you now. You know what I mean,
Yeah, so sweet. Like he's definitely lion and tiger and can just like right, but also such a sweet human and kind and so smart. Like I learned so much from him during that trip. Yeah. Anyways,
yeah,
thanks for asking, Nick. So
100%. Someone said we might chop until news comes. Very, very, very good observation. May come to fruition. So I'm just gonna be watching these 15-minute charts. If I drop to a 5-minute, I don't see much, right? Like in the past 30 minutes, we haven't left this range. So why am I going to just sit in here on the lower time frames?
less than 1 minute. Oh, less than 30 seconds.
What was your like how many trades did you find yourself taking in a day when you were there? About the same amount, or was it more?
It was less, I think. Well, the first day was terrible because as far as like trading wise for me, because like it ended up being a trend day on Monday and we made all-time highs. And you guys know me, like I like to short, and I kept thinking that it would be an inside day because it was a Monday. Oh, market's open.
Yeah,
Here we
market's open now.
go. Good luck, everyone.
Spin your slot machines. Let's go.
But yeah, Nick, I think besides that first day, I ended up trading less than I normally do for sure. Cause like I was in like tournament mode, like match play mode. And I just wanted to win each round.
Right. Yeah. Yeah. What I would have done is like even though I wasn't, well, I guess you couldn't do it because people were looking at your screen. I just would have started randomly streaming, go. Like if the market was pumping super hard, I'd be like, go, hit TP, come on, let's go. And like just acting like I was in a fat position, and she takes a position, and then like it's probably not the best one because she's over chasing, and then she loses money, and you really didn't make anything. You just didn't lose money.
Oh, that's so good.
Yeah.
Strategy.
I did that. I did that on here. Did that on here one day. Oh, major dump. So let's see
All right. Market is selling.
Scalp was taken. I am flat now. Is Trump speaking right now? I heard he was speaking at 11. Someone said in the chat. Let me go confirm that.
Okay.
Mm.
WeWap says NQ Kabushin. Yeah, I tuned into some SK last night, and I love how he's always like kaboosh, meaning the market's dumping. Oh, I'm hearing something. Maybe some feedback.
I
Okay.
saw a good tweet. Oh, go ahead.
Oh no, go ahead, Nick.
I had a good tweet. I found a well. I didn't see a good. I saw something on Twitter a couple of days ago. It was like someone said it's okay to not know what the hell is going on, like on the charts. Like you don't need to have like a clear direction, a clear like a daily bias or anything like that. And that was so important because people think that the market's moving, they need to know what's going on, right? It's like an unsolved math problem right in front of them, and sometimes you just don't. You finish one problem, like you haven't got the next problem yet, right? You haven't seen the next math equation, right? Because there hasn't been nothing setting up. So, like I literally tweeted out my analysis. I think it was when was this? It was the 25th. So I guess it was what, Thursday? Last Thursday. It was the day after I had a pretty big winner. I said, I don't know crap of what's going on tomorrow. I said some other stuff. So blank. I was basically saying, I don't know what's going on, you know? So, and people like laughing and stuff like that, but I didn't know what was going on. So, as of right now too, I was watching this area for bullishness and it just keeps going lower here. So I have no trade, which is, okay. I am going to pay attention to see what happens if and when we sweep this London low, because want to see if it creates like another SMT here, and then if we get a move higher. But it could be pretty chop, right?
Yeah.
We do have news at 10, so be careful for sure.
Ooh, it just selling off quite a bit. It's making me kind of nervous to take that 5-minute orb trade, but I'm going to take it. Holy smokes. This candle, the high is 830 and the low is it's still pushing lower, 769. That's already 70-point candle. Barbie, what are you thinking? Just letting you're watching the market settle in.
I was just getting my options orders in. But I don't see the need to rush this candle, so it's not doing anything.
Ooh, child.
You any Nike earnings today?
Me, no. It's not. That one's not really interesting to me. I don't think it's.
Not into what the little options traders call a little YOLO lotto or whatever.
Yeah, but like it's not. It doesn't have the setup.
Yeah.
Yeah. No. Definitely not. I just went and double checked. Is
that today after close?
That's what Terry said. If it's something like Nike, I would do like a 2-week earnings run up. I would never like try to YOLO gamble these. They don't have the setup on them.
Yeah.
And you shouldn't just look at the earnings calendar and try to take one every day. There's a lot of strategy behind earnings on picking the ones that are going to be able to hold that IV and things.
Okay, I put my stop to enter below this 5-minute candle, the first candle. We'll see if I get tagged in.
Now I'm going to wait for, personally, I'm kind of waiting the news out a little bit. The Fed is very focused on jolts, and that's what we're all kind of waiting for a little bit. I think it'll be easier to trade after. So,
yeah. Well, that's a pretty big, because I mean that's going to determine I wouldn't say what they're going to do with these next 2 cuts for the end of the year, but maybe in Q1 or whatever. It's a pretty big. Those job numbers definitely affect how the Fed is looking at
it's their biggest. Yeah, it's their biggest factor in rate cuts right now is employment. It used to be inflation. Now we've moved to employment.
I will say I'm checking out the Fed Watch tool right now. 3.75 to 4 is at 92%. And we're currently at 4 to 4.25. So they're expecting another cut this month. Well, a month from now on October 29th. And then 3.5 to 3.75 is a 70% chance on December 10th. So I think we're gonna get two more rate cuts. I remember, I think it was like Waller or Barkin said that. I don't know which Fed member it was back in like the spring. He said, we're gonna have 3 rate cuts by the end of the year. So I believe him on that. So we'll see what happens.
Ooh, am I tagged in? It looks like I'm tagged in. Okay, I have my $200 or $200 bracket. Oh my gosh, I accidentally deleted oh no, it's not deleted. Here it is. So it automatically throws out the stops and the TP. So it automatically sets it at risking 1,000 for 1,000. I'm going to move this. And we're going for about a 1-to-1. I just kind of eyeball it. Is that about 1-to-1? That looks a little bit more. Oops. I will say the way I have my Intraday chart set up is kind of a pain. Let's change it. Okay, there it goes.
Oh man, long in loss of 250. Yeah, that's another thing. I mean, I'll pull it up again. I did see some people talking about like losses with some of these accounts. I'll pull it up again. This is kind of like a good guide here to use. Like I said, I pulled it up before. I'm gonna pull it up again. Let's just. I'll pull up on this other screen because I have my charts. Like I don't know what I'm looking at on indices right now. I'll just reevaluate here at 10 o'clock. But something like this, right? Like if you're unfunded, right? Like I like to kind of stay somewhere between here, depending on like the A+ setup or not. So like I don't know, like if you got one of these like pro accounts, right? $2,000 drawdown, about $200 per trade, on some of these accounts. And then but people just trade like the evals. Like I'm in this range on evals. I'll be honest with you guys. Sometimes even higher, like 1 to 2 trades on the on the gamble side. But just because I like to get them out the way. But something like this is something to follow because this gives you like 10 trades, right? And this is going to change on every person's on your data, right? Like if you want like 15 trades, you'd obviously just take the drawdown here. What's that? 2,000 divided by 15. It's about $133 a trade, right? So times number of trades. But I feel like most people don't even follow that though, right? Like if it takes them 10, they'll base their number off of this, but they'll blow the account in 3 trades. You know what I mean? Because they'll lose the first one, average back, they'll risk more on the second one to make money plus the money back, and then they'll lose money, and then like the third one's just like a YOLO and they lose it. You see what I mean? So no, this is like a good thing to follow. This is actually my free Discord, so you guys can just, it's in the guides channel, I think. So you just like print that out, keep it, and things like that. It's kind of something I follow.
Tape it right on the screen so it's there staring at you so we don't forget. Yeah.
Oh wow, we are respecting this 15-minute gap here. Is crazy on ES. I'm sorry. In Q, no. I want to see what happens at 10 o'clock. Got banned your Discord. Okay. Well, I don't know why you did, but maybe just DM me.
Deserved it.
No. It was probably Barbie DM'd you.
Do I have a ban hammer in your Discord?
Nah, yeah, she be in there with that. She had op.
Give me a ban hammer.
Yeah, watch out. She op in my Discord, bro. Sorry, I'm in hers as well.
I didn't give him a ban hammer.
Yeah, no. Yeah, you didn't give me the ban hammer.
That would be dangerous.
You got some funny rolls in there. I'll tell you what.
That's what we do.
Let's see. Well, gold here is kind of pushing from this 4-hour gap. It's respecting here as well. I don't like moves away from bullish points of interest, or like my points of interest are bullish or bear like this, right? I like seeing like moves like this, like clear displacement combined with my points of interest. Like this is just like low resistance liquidity. Like there's not a whole lot of gaps in here. I feel like price could easily just go up, run a high, and then just easily go cut through here. It's like a knife through butter type stuff. Whereas like going through this is much harder because you got a gap here, and even on the 4-hour, you probably got a gap or two. Yeah. Well, you're gonna have one here in about 18 minutes, but just way harder for that. Just sort of like some signatures in price you can kind of look for. Never trading gold again. Yeah, gold can be. I haven't traded much gold in the past. I think someone asked me that yesterday, in the past month. But you have to be when there is a good setup, it's clean and it usually runs super quick. Like I'm talking like 2 15-minute candles, like you're in and out. Sometimes less for people that scalp, but yeah. SMT here. I'm gonna mark this off. SMT at London low. I think that's pretty important. Marking that off. That's important. Now we just need to see displacement to a high. Any questions in the chat? Saying Nick, but not for me. Makes sense. We got Voltron in here. What's order flow saying? Not that if you told me I would know what you mean, but you know, it's just trying to just give me a level. Happy birthday to Keith.
Ooh, Keith is up 1,400. Let's go.
Birthday money. Let's go. And I can't wait to see what you're getting me for your birthday.
For your birthday.
I want to see what Keith's getting me for Keith's birthday.
Yeah, what is it? What does a woman say? What's yours is mine. What's mine is mine. Yeah.
Yeah, you know it.
Yeah, I get it all the time. Let me see.
NQ, it did. Let's see. It did come close to breaking the overnight lows, but not quite. It tested 24,741. Overnight lows is around the 720s.
Yeah, I think this is a great example of like low probability conditions at the moment, and you'll see this before news. Like look at NQ and look at ES, right? Like ES is shooting higher. Like the 15-minute candle just closed. NQ's was pretty bearish, and ES was like bullish. So, yeah, this is just like, you know, like red flag. Yeah. Voltron said nothing. Maybe he's flat right now too. What you think about ES longs, Nick? It looks better than NQ longs. I'll tell you that right now. It's respecting this gap pretty nicely. I don't know why I did that. 5-minute doesn't look too bad. I think you could potentially wait until price got above here to take a long. Your stop would be wider, but you could still get like a 1 to 2 if you were like somewhere in here, because I think we're gonna go a previous day high. So you could have a pretty wide stop and catch a good move. 22 points on ES, but we want to see NQ start to flip for us, because that'll help. Although I think it's better to long ES and short NQ, except for yesterday. I was dead wrong on that one. This clean long of London slow, yeah. Clean long of London lows plus FPGs plus breakers. 100%. Something I'm watching. I forgot to tag Nick on the message above. Voltron. 24,752 was a 15-minute imbalance. Okay. So 24,852 is resistance. If we go at 24,872, I will. So you're looking to go long at 24,872 if we get above that? Yeah, I don't take trades on YM.
Right now, we're still just staying in it. I'm watching ES stay in that range that I was really watching to be rangy, the 6,700 to 6,720. So it is really playing into that waiting for news idea. I did scalp it just slightly, but I'm already back out again just since with the 6,700 holding. So if that does hold, then that goes into the bullish plan. So we'll see if news can help it hold here.
Barbie, when you're scalping, what is it that you're looking or you're seeing that makes you want to take a scalp?
Well, levels supported by something. It is the very most simple example. So in this case, we're at the 6,700 level that I had a target off of, potentially up to 6,720, but I was really just watching the high that we put in right here. So 6,720 would have been great, but I wasn't really expecting it. I was watching the 6,709. But at this time of day, the thing that I like to watch the most is literally just the level 2. And it takes some time in practice, but you kind of get used to, you'll see the buy side hit up more than the sell side. And when it's happening at a level like that, you can kind of join in. But I don't expect those moves to last very long. So that's why it's a scalp and it's like in, out, like
quick. Yeah.
Because if I'm wrong, I'm going to be wrong really fast. And if I'm right, I'm going to be right really fast. You're saying Trump is talking. Is Trump talking? Well, no, that was... He scheduled it 11, from what I see. Unless that's changed. But it looks like he's speaking at the White House on a broad range of subjects. So...
Anything can happen when he's speaking. Did you guys see that the UFC, there's going to be like a fight at the White House lawn?
I would so
what does this have to do with Trump? That makes sense now.
Because it's the White House and Trump, and he's welcoming
I wasn't expecting that. I thought, yeah.
Like, how cool is that?
It says on his
never know with President Trump. Like, he's wild. Yeah.
On his calendar, it says he's delivering an announcement. So we'll see. On the news calendar, it says speaking. Yeah, a UFC fight between him and Biden. That would be the it'll be slow-mo though.
That would be that'd be kind of crazy. I think we should see Trump and Powell. I think that would be a better one.
Yeah.
You just want to watch Trump get beat up. That wouldn't be a fair fight. Yeah, the broken hips. That would be the broken UFC. Yeah.
Yeah, it's too bad Musk versus Zuckerberg didn't happen. Yeah, 100%. Oh, that's right. You know, the promo ends today. Terry, you want to tell us about that?
Yeah, so everyone use code YouTube for 25% off if you're a new trader with MyFundedFutures. And after that, oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, or for existing users, use code YouTube for 25% off. What will happen, it's a BOGO deal. So when you purchase it and then you'll get an email and then you can use that code. I actually used that code for a pro account, which was awesome. So I actually bought a core account, but I used the code and then I was able to use it get the discount to 25% off on a more expensive account, which was really nice. So that does end today at midnight. And then there's also a separate deal for brand new traders. Let me pull that up. Do you guys remember the discount for that for the brand new traders?
It's 50% off.
50% off, you guys. So if you haven't traded with MyFundedFutures yet, do use code YouTube for that and you get 50% off your very first account. Can't beat it. Thanks, Nick.
Yeah, no. Well, we also got a month and a half until we got a month and a half until Black Friday. That's usually some pretty big sales.
Yes. Have to save up.
So
it does seem like there's an art to scaling your accounts, like, and then staying within some type of budget so you don't go broke right away, right? Like it is like, okay, how do I do this? How do I sustain my runway? Because it does take time for us to become the GOAT traders that we want to become.
yeah, it's all about just keeping, the balance in there, or not keep, like, your first job, I think, is to, keep the balance, keep the account. Second is to make money. I think most people come in and they try to make money and they don't think about how much they're gonna lose. So I think that's the problem. It's tough, man. Like like some of my best trading days, or like when I scale down to, just 5, 6, 7 accounts, or just maybe just trade on my personal, I feel like some days when I'm just off, when I combine it with, how I'm feeling versus, and also the markets, I just don't trade that well. Like I'm a little sloppy in my entries. Like I get a little like scared while I'm in the trade, I guess you could say, like, this isn't going to work out. Why I take this trade in, it just rips. I'm like, well, dang. So yeah, no, 100%. There's definitely an art.
NQ is down by about 70-ish points. I'm still hanging on to that short with the micros. 5 micros. This is the 5-minute orb. I'm rotating accounts with it. Yes, someone earlier asked me, was I feeling scared or like worried because we were so extended in this first 5-minute candle? Yeah, definitely. I think if I was trading this purely discretionary, or not purely, but with some discretion, I would. However, what I realized after back testing 30 days and 30 trading days, and I rotated accounts using 5 micros, that it worked and it helped to offset the risk. So that is what I'm doing, and it definitely helps with the emotions. Like I'm like, like, yeah, that sucks if this trade would lose, but it's okay because it's just part of like the bigger picture.
Right.
So it's just gonna let it run, let it do its thing. The 15-minute orb people did get tagged in on this candle low of 741.
I don't know if it's a little higher time frames here. I don't know. I feel like if today is not very good and tomorrow, we could just chop until NFP, honestly, and then go run these highs. I was a little worried yesterday being up here like in the 950s. I'm like, dang, we're going to run this high before NFP. I'm actually happy we're going lower, and at least like it gives me like room to target going forward. So
oh, so MyFundedFutures just said, do you want to know a secret? We might have some pretty exciting news this week.
Oh,
what could it be?
We got to get a hint here. We got to get a hint.
Yes, give us a hint, MyFundedFutures. Upper Moon said, are we cooked? Oh, I thought you meant, are we cooking? What do you think the news could be, Nick?
Ooh, I don't think it's gonna be promo based. I think it's gonna be like account based. Like something like a plan, like a change on plan, or maybe it is.
That would be really big.
Maybe it is a promo, like code spooky or something for Halloween. It'll probably be something along those lines.
What do you think it is, Barbie? Best guess.
Free tacos for everyone.
There's Taco Tuesday.
That's what I want.
Taco Tuesdays.
Yeah, I win.
Well, that's a good one. Max 5 accounts total. Not just on the 50Ks, maybe something like that. That'd be kind of
Yeah, I
cool.
wish that was across the board too, to be honest.
Louis got it. Shirts with the face of the MyFundedFutures competition winner incoming. That would be great. Can we get that cooked up, please? And have them. Trader Matt's got to wear it. Barbie's got to wear my face. For a whole day. That'd be great. That'd be great.
Oh my God, I love it!
I think if
Congratulations,
anything, we
Nick.
should help. We should maybe your face and my face on it, since you won and I won.
Yeah, I like it. Yeah, I think it's some type of celebration is my guess, like celebration with some type of exciting news that we as traders with MyFundedFutures will absolutely love, is my guess.
Yeah.
I hope
yeah,
somebody gives me
next
an
month
ICT shirt. I've always wanted one of those.
Don't listen to her chat. Tomorrow's October. She's an October for ICT. Yeah, maybe we can get Michael J. Huddleston on a shirt for Barbie. That'd be great.
Oh, you guys, 50K scale accounts up for grabs. Make sure you fill out the form. MyFundedFutures just dropped it in chat for a chance to win a free 50K scale account. I love that. I love the forums. It's like a random thing. So it's not based on speed.
Breaking, Trump has said we were
Whoa.
threatened by Russia recently, and I sent a nuclear submarine. I think someone put that in the chat, actually, too. So I was like, I'm a little 10 minutes late, but we'll see here. Weren't they just like shaking hands like 2 weeks ago? Like what? I don't understand some of these world leaders. They go to like these conventions and they shake their hands and like they walk away, take photo ops, and then okay, sorry, back to business now. Press button, and then they just start shooting each other, and it makes no sense.
I know, it's wild. What were you going to say, Barbie?
I was looking on the news feed for that, and I don't actually see it. So I was trying to figure out if that happened overnight or when that happened, because that's important too. Sometimes we see these news articles and it was already posted, but then somebody else is picking it up. So I'm always checking that. So now I'm curious about that. I want to know the details.
Man, ES is respecting this 15-minute gap still after.
Yeah.
We got 30 seconds till the candle closure. I'm gonna give you guys kind of what I'm watching.
Also until Jolts. Now go. Just reminder, Jolts coming.
Yeah, so we got Jolts coming in 20 seconds, 15 seconds. So I think we're gonna get pop here. I think we're gonna get pop. I want to see price start to move higher now, because I don't know what it's reaching for on the daily, because we already came down here. It could just consolidate, but I want to see it go higher. So 3, 2, 1, boom. Okay, not enough.
Oh, there it goes. It's moving.
It's a little delayed, I had to take the pill.
Delayed reaction. Had to wake it up.
It had to take the pill.
This,
yeah.
What's on this white line I drew out here about an hour ago?
Can I get a refund? Pretty much.
Yeah, I want to see this happen right here. This would be nice. So that's what I'm watching for the rest of the session. I'll see you guys back here tomorrow. Looks like the numbers came in actual 7.2 forecast. It was kind of right around expectations. So probably nothing too crazy then.
All right. Thanks, Nick. We will see you tomorrow, bright and early.
All right. Take it easy, guys.
Bye.
We did have Jolts come in really in the range it's been. There are actually more job openings than before, but it's not a big surprise or anything. It's still within normal ranges. So yeah, refund on that data drop, please.
Yes.
At least give us free tacos after that.
Oh, it looks like we took out yesterday's low, but not by much at all. In M and Q, sometimes M and Q and NQ can be just a tiny bit off. Let me just make sure. Okay, yesterday's low in NQ is 721. Oh, it did not in NQ. So yesterday's low was 721. Today it went down to 722. Woo! Isn't that so interesting?
So that's actually not the regular trading hours low. That was
Is
the
that overnight
full
low?
low.
Mm.
Yeah. That's what, because I was like, what do you mean? And I was looking at that pre-market, the regular trading hours, not the pre-market one, and we are definitely through that. But we're in that same area. That's why it's really just playing into chop, which don't give me chop, give me something fun. But maybe we do end up in a walk up or something today. The VIX is still moving lower, so we could. I mean, we're holding the 6,700 on ES, which is kind of my line in the sand where I'm watching bullish to bearish. The only problem is we're still in that zone where I'm just expecting chop too, so it's lower probability basically. We'll see. It's not really setting up for that bearish, but sometimes we'll get that move where it does the morning session higher and then the afternoon session erases it all. So
Mhm.
I'm definitely a little bit concerned with that. It's the government shutdown too, which I know is not really that big of a deal to a lot of us, because it just happens all the time. I mean, it sounds like a big scary thing. Doom and gloom, oh, everybody sucks. But it's a good opportunity to blame the politicians you don't like. It's like, oh, that was so-and-so's fault that the government shut down because the politicians don't get along. But politicians don't get along, so that's kind of par for the course. So yeah, the government will probably shut down and we'll probably have some government employees out of work, and then they'll go back to work and they'll get time and a half and everything will be okay at the end of the day. But the market does want some closure on that before it does all full steam ahead, I guess. Makes sense.
Yeah, the market doesn't like uncertainty.
Yeah. And you have to think about it, we are very bullish. I think we forget how far we've come. I'll go to the daily chart to show this. So I'll zoom out. This is the beginning of the year. Right at 6,100. We made a dip all the way down below 5,000. I mean, we're up almost 2,000 points on the ES, which is crazy. So we have to keep that in perspective. So again, from the tariff lows, look at what NASDAQ is up from, mid 17s up to 25. That's actually kind of insane. So it's going to be okay, you guys.
The market is not crashing even with just one red day. Yes. No.
I always think it's really important to put that in perspective so we kind of know potentially what the extremes could be and what the reality is. When we're zoomed in, that was what I noticed being a new trader, zoomed in on all these tiny charts, you lose a lot of that perspective. And that perspective is it's the framework that you can put all of your trades inside. So if you have a good solid framework like that, it makes it a lot easier. I like how chat's calling out Mike extreme now too. I love that.
Extreme. Barbie, I just noticed your other sign is gone. The moon one, the chill one.
The alien, well, it was never mounted. I just had it leaning on the shelf. So there's always construction at my house. I have a little bit of a construction habit, but one of these days there's going to be work back here. So I'm going to have them hang it up then. The lasso has been there for a while, Tim. Sometimes it has a hat on that hook too, but the background always rotates. That's how that's for the trolls that tell me my background is fake. I rotate it.
It's super cute.
What is this price action? This is chop. This is a mess. This is go get some breakfast tacos and wait for the market to get its crap together.
Oh, now I have tacos on my mind. Now I definitely need tacos today. What's your favorite kind of taco, Barbie?
I mean, just talk. Is there a bad taco? I don't know.
True.
So we do a lot of breakfast tacos because it's a very balanced breakfast. You can hold it in your hand. It's great. So, what's your favorite kind of taco?
I love a good ground beef taco.
Classic.
Right? A classic taco with cheese and I love all the fixings, the cheese, the lettuce, the tomato, the diced tomato, diced onions. Yeah, I love it all with a little taco sauce on it.
We've got a place local that does all kinds of crazy stuff, and they have 2 kinds of avocado tacos. One's a fried avocado. I get that all the time. I actually
Sounds
went out with a
good.
trading friend a couple weeks ago. We went and got our fried avocado tacos.
Yum.
You made any local trading friends yet? It's awesome. Get to
Yeah.
go have lunch with traders.
It's just nice to be able to talk about shop with your trading friends that like your other friends just don't quite understand, and if you tell them like, oh, this is what happened today, they're like, what, like, what does that mean?
Yeah.
Well, but isn't that still good? And you're like, no, it's not good. Yeah, so it is
Well,
really
we
nice.
both juggle that friend of mine. We both juggle kids too, and so it's kind of thing where we're able to accommodate all the kids' schedules with all these different appointments and all the different, if they have special needs and all these different therapies and all this, like we're the one that handles all of this, and that's why we trade, is because we're able to put all of this stuff on and take care of our families, which was the whole appeal to me in the first place. That's very complicated because then you get frustrated, especially when you're coming up in your trading journey. It's like, I missed that because I had to go take care of my kid. Damn it. But you start kind of figuring out that there's always going to be an opportunity and settling into the right pace of trades that allows you to go do whatever you need to do in your life. So that's one of my favorite things.
Me too. It's the freedom for us to take care of our families. It's
Yeah.
fantastic.
Makes it hard to schedule lunches with another mom trader, but we make it happen. I think I mean, do you still go through that a lot? It's like, oh, that was my setup and I wasn't here. Ah.
Oh yeah, exactly. Middle of doing something and then you come back and you're like, dang it. Like, I missed that whole move.
How do you
Yeah.
deal with that? Does it make you want to jump in and chase it, or are you good about waiting for the next one, or are you somewhere in between?
Somewhere in between. Yeah, I think it depends on the day, right? Like how much sleep did I get that day? As far as being able to just be like, oh, like no biggie, there's going to be another one. The markets, especially I feel like under Trump, like there's always volatility. I'm like, yes, I know we'll have volatility, and every week there it seems like there's like new news coming in, and so that makes me feel excited, right? Like this week we have non-farm payrolls on Friday, but in between we have all of this news drama. Oh, so I like to watch Real Housewives. I feel like the market is similar to Real Housewives because there's always stuff happening. Always. Yeah. Being able to deal with the FOMO is definitely a skill for sure.
I pointed this out in chat too, but for me, what kind of helped me stop feeling that sort of way when I come to the charts and I was like, oh, that was my perfect setup and I wasn't there and I didn't take it. We also have to remember that when we go back and look at the charts, it's a lot easier to see our setups in hindsight because we can see that it worked out and it's like, obviously I should have taken that.
Yeah.
But it's also, there's a couple skills. There's finding the setups and then there's executing the trade on it. And a lot of us are still working on the execution part too. And for me, that's always evolving too, adding accounts and adding leverage and making accounts bigger. It changes everything. So that we're always having to adapt to that. It's not perfect. It's definitely combining art and science. So we have to kind of remember that though, like just because we missed that setup doesn't mean that we would have executed it perfectly and that sort of thing. So it's good to kind of evaluate the trades that we didn't take, but kind of keep in mind too that it's a lot easier to trade in hindsight.
Yes, 100%. I like that, reminding ourselves that just because we missed a really good move, it doesn't mean that we would have executed it well. I've had that experience where it was a really great move and then I completely screwed up, right? Like taking
We've all been
profits
there.
too early. Yeah. And then you get back in and then you end up with a loss, and then you try and fix that and then you end up losing your account. Yeah, I've definitely been
I did
there.
that on some account last week. Thankfully, it was an eval, but I just totally I lost money on a short on a very short day. Just because I entered with the wrong bracket and then I tried to fix it and I made another error and then I tried to fix my error. You guys know what I'm talking about.
Yep.
And the oops.
Oops.
So
Oops.
it did not work out favorably. It's sometimes that just happens.
Mhm.
And I think we forget about that learning to execute is part of it. There's the technical stuff, just learning how to use the software that can mess us up too. I had a hard time picking what software I wanted to use because I was in options, so I was in Thinkorswim and I didn't like it. So then I got Interactive Brokers, then I started futures trading and I didn't like it there. So then I started on Tradeovate. Like I've been everywhere, and just having to make sure I'm doing it right on the right system gets kind of hard, at least when you're figuring out what system you want to use. Yes, I did land on Ninja. But it took a little bit because that's one it's not for beginner traders, in my opinion. Ninja, it takes a little bit of setup, so a little bit of work.
Did I just see in chat that Matt locked in 20K already today? That's amazing.
In this chop?
Yeah, Ethan said, "Dang, Matt already locked in 20K today. Congrats to Matt. Let's go."
Yeah, that's awesome. He must have nailed the NASDAQ move. ES has not been giving me anything nice.
Anything.
Well, yeah, the different platforms are different. They have different strengths and weaknesses. And I was determined to have my charting platform be my trading platform and just have one platform forever, especially coming from Thinkorswim, until I figured out that some platforms are really great at executing trades and some platforms are really great at charting, and they're usually not together. I have noticed, though, Interactive Brokers and a lot of the other companies are they're putting TradingView charts in their platforms that already exist. So Trader Workstation, when you have the latest version now, you can use the old legacy charts or you can use the new pretty charts, and those are TradingView charts. I've been saying that too. I've been saying they got API, they make good charts, they're not focused on trading. So I think we're going to start seeing other companies pick up their charts. You find them to be wonky? I don't know. I'm still on the legacy charts too, but on the they have a new desktop platform, which I'm interested in. It's not out yet; it's in beta, but it's a native Mac They have a native Mac desktop app coming, and that one looks like it's using the charts a lot nicer. But it's not. It works, but it's not complete, so I'm not using it. I don't use Quant Tower. We do have. I'm pretty sure Tom uses Quant Tower. So that's why I've been referring people to him for Quant Tower questions. It's good software too. I'm just not familiar with it. I ended up on Ninja. Yes, you guys like the stream. Peer pressure. Everybody like the stream.
Everyone like it. I have to hit refresh. Yeah, I'm just sitting in that short. It's just bopping around. It's down by about $80-ish, $100 right now.
Taking anything else, I was kind of hoping that that number was going to shake the market out and get something going away from the 6,700 to 6,715 zone. Nope, did not get it. So it's kind of a good time to kind of sit and wait and see if we get that set up a little bit later, because it still could be coming. We could end up having just a choppy, messy day, but I'm not going to give up on it yet. Sometimes everyone's got to, even if we're digesting the news that was boring and flat, we're still digesting that news a little bit. So if anyone was nervous and now it's a little more clear, they can reposition, that sort of thing. Like we have a group project going on with the likes.
Yes, it looks like we're up to 167. Is that right, chat? Let's get it up. Triple smash. Someone told me it's not double smash, Terry. If someone double smashes it, they end up unliking it. So we have to do triple. So I think the rotating accounts thing, Barbie, is like absolute game changer. Game changer. It's
Instead of
that
trying to
skill.
copy and do it all at once.
Yes. Oh my gosh, it takes off so much pressure. Like I'm sitting in this trade, like no big deal, right? Like it's a 70-point candle, but it's okay because I'm rotating accounts. So just like
I think it's really important because we see people copying to these massive lists of accounts, and I think it's really important to understand that that's not for everybody. For some people, it's literally just for show because it makes a lot of drama to make or blow a ton of accounts at once. Some people really do trade that way. I'm not saying there's anything wrong with it, but I don't think that just because some people trade that way, it should be the goal for everybody because some of us are a lot better just kinda taking care of one count at a time, and that's okay.
Mhm. Yeah,
And
that's
I'll
really
rotate
helpful
too.
to hear.
If I see an A+ setup, it's like, "Oh, this checks all the boxes," then I'll hit a lot of accounts at once. And I do have the copy trader there if I wanna use it.
Yeah, Reet says I rotate different groups of accounts.
Yeah,
Doing the group rotating.
that's what I've been trying to get to. I just keep, it's kind of an organizational problem, but I really like that where the accounts are buddied and you have the groups like that. I need to be getting better about that. I get lost in which one is which, and then I get myself confused. I think you have to like write it down and have a note to remind yourself since they all just have numbers. I do hold long-term shares. I have a massive account. My goal when I started trading was not to be a futures trader. I didn't know about futures. I knew about stocks and I was learning about options. So I created just a little tiny account to see what I could do with it. And I spent years, took me years, but I grew it to a massive account. So I love trading a big account. I did a lot of small account challenges and I'm pretty good with a small account, but I love relaxing in my big account. I can do big positions and scale in and out. It's really nice. And, I'll do I do long-term hold stocks, and I try to hold a lot of dividend stocks and a lot of ETFs, and then I also play options on them, either to, hedge some of my positions or add to it.
That's so fun, and, like, you earn that. I heard you say, like, "Oh, it feels so good to relax in my bigger account." You get to do more fun things with it, like, you have more options, and
Yeah, I
and
mean, the
you
prop accounts
earned
really
it,
are
right?
trading the prop accounts really are, like, more like trading small accounts.
Mhm.
So, we don't do them as much in my Discord anymore. We used to always have small account challenges going, so we would be using $500 or $1,000, something really pretty small, and our goal was to double it because you can do that with options and things like that. Um, I posted some of my options plays in my Discord. I haven't been posting them as much because everyone's been so focused on futures, but, I've had a lot of requests for options content, so that's coming. I'm getting back to it. We had some other people in our Discord that were kinda doing so much options that I focused on futures, but they're not as active anymore, so I'm taking over. But I was recently in, I was in JD to get some China exposure. We were in OKLO a couple weeks ago. That one was awesome. I exited some Tesla yesterday. There's a lot of, I try to find a handful of things that get me exposure to other markets, and then I focus
Mhm.
a lot on the Mag 7.
Yeah, I was listening to this podcast, and someone was saying how you really want to scale your trading account with your winning profits, and you want to keep growing that versus just adding in a ton of cash every time because then you're not developing the skills that you need
I
to
don't
develop,
Yeah, we
right?
don't add money. You don't add money to an options account. You don't add money to a
Just
stock
keep
account.
letting
It
the
should
account grow. It should grow. Yeah.
And the way I managed it, because I started with nothing, and so it was really boring. So initially, I was leaving stuff in, and then I kind of figured out that you have to feed the monkey a little bit, or the monkey loses interest. So I started paying myself, and it might just be $50. I might just seriously, I've done $50 withdrawals. You can do that on standard brokerage accounts just to get something coming. So I would kind of look at. I was usually on a weekly basis. I would look at how much profit I had made. And if I had made profit, then I could take out half of it and I would reinvest half of it. If I didn't make profit, then that sucks. I didn't get to do anything. But that's the way I grew the account. I think I got this from John Carter's book, by the way. I think this is kind of, I probably adapted it a little bit compared to his original, but basically I would, whenever I had money in there, I would leave half of it to reinvest and take half of it out. And my goal was to get my money back, which I was able to do before too long. And then it's a lot more relaxing because you have your investment back and then you have a free trading account that you can just keep working on. So what a lot of the people in my Discord do is they sign up for the prop accounts, and their goal is to expand out of the props and into their own accounts and have them both going. So not everyone has the capital to start their own account. That's why you end up in a prop space. But you can have that as a goal. It's like, once I get $2,000 of withdrawals from MyFundedFutures, then I can take 1,000 of that and start my own futures account or an options account, something like that. So we've been using props to kind of support the other trades that we're doing that way. Because everyone wants to, you feel more pride in your work if you've bootstrapped it and you've earned it like that. And so, the props are a little bit different because instead of investing the funds that you're actually going to trade, you're investing in yourself in the account fees. But you should still kind of consider that as your startup money, and you want to get that back. So it's good to play it really safe. I know we talk about being aggressive and evals a lot, but like stage 1 beginner trader, you're working your first eval before you have live accounts. You may not necessarily be wanting to trade it that aggressively because you really want to work on your all the methods and the strategies that you want to use to actually make the account work. Then once you have a live account, then start getting more aggressive with adding evals. And that's kind of the strategy that's helped me. Plus, that helps you not get so attached when you're kind of always working on some things. That's a problem too, is we can take it really personally if we lose an account, and we don't need to do that either. It's good time to move on. It should be part of your plan, how many accounts you can manage a month and all that.
Keep a
like a stepping
monthly
stone.
running budget, right? Like putting how much you're spending, how much you're getting in payouts, and make sure you keep track of that, because it is easy just to keep spending. And then people are like, oh, this sucks. Like, I'm going to quit trading. And really, it does take time. And I like to think of it as like how for kids, for many parents, there's a budget for hobbies and sports, and I feel like as adults, like we need to send some of that love to ourselves too. Like, it's okay that we have hobbies that cost money, and so just like factor that in, like budget that in every month. Like, okay, this is what I'm spending.
Edwin said he's using the prop firm as a stepping stone. So once he gets enough capital, he'll get his own account. And I like that. That's kind of what I was talking about, where that was the goal set by a lot of traders in the trading ranch to, if you want a bigger account to fund yourself, to use the props as a way to get there, and then you can have both.
Yes, I love that. And also, it's a way to prove it to yourself that yes, you can manage a live account, right? Because like I've experienced it where I took out $5,000 from payouts that I had and I put it into a live account thinking like, oh yes, I'm ready. And you guys, I lost that account so quickly. And it was $5,000, like that. So that would have provided a ton of eval experience and sim funded accounts. So I think it's like, it's a nice mirror. It's a nice reflection to be able to trade with the props and then to be able to hold funded accounts for very long. And then you can say, all right, yes, I can, go do this. I know, Barbie, you've kind of, you're kind of on the opposite side of that. Like, you've said that you think it's good to have a live account and trade props.
Yeah, I think it keeps me a little bit, it keeps, I'm not going to let my account get blown. My money, it's not getting blown. I'm going to be very careful. I'm going to wait for A+ setups. So if I want to take a B setup or a C setup, I'll take that in the prop. But that way I know that if it's not going in my live funds, it's probably not worth taking in my live funded accounts either. So I pay a lot of attention to that. If it feels like it's too risky for my money, then that's a sign, right?
Yeah. I see a question from Ethan. What would be the minimum capital you recommend before someone opens their own personal futures account?
So the way that I look at it and the way that I've kind of advised people, and this is the way I started too, if you're used to trading a prop firm, look at what you're used to trading with your drawdown. So if you're used to trading with $2,000 a drawdown, that might be a good place to start, as long as you can keep that alive. The nice thing is you won't have all the rules, so you can, if there's a rule that's been really hard for you, you don't have to pay attention to that as much. But having all those, I mean, prop firm rules aren't necessarily trading rules. I've made this point before. Like, that's the rules to keep you in the prop firm game. But having those rules helps keep you, learning all your discipline and patience that you can carry on to a live account. But I actually started my first account with $500 for futures, and I was bored out of my mind with it because I could only take like one micro at a time. And after taking big options positions, it was boring. So I ended up starting with 2,000 and working off. I did add more that one time to get it up to 2,000 so I could scale in and out the way I like to trade. But just that's the way you can kind of look at it, is if you have a 50K account, what's your drawdown? Because that's really what you have to work with. So if you have a live account, that would be what you have to work with too. Oh, okay.
Use code TARGET50. Let us know if you got a free reset. There's 50 of them available. Let's go. I love it. Thank you, Barbie. That's really helpful. Helpful advice for us. It is different, like you were saying.
Oh yeah, see, Ethan's saying that's a lot lower than he expected. I always think people are going to say that's a lot. But I mean, if you think about a prop firm, nobody's ever giving you $50,000. That's what it's called. It's called a 50K account. Okay.
Yeah.
So the important thing is the rules, like how many positions you're allowed to have and how much drawdown you have to work with. Those are the key things to look for when you're picking your prop account. That's what we're talking about. I don't remember when this was. We were talking about sizing a little bit, where somebody's positions just weren't fitting into the way that the scaling works on some of the smaller accounts. So we're like, maybe it's time to look at the 100 or the 150K. Even though you don't get 150, you get the rules for a 150 account, right? So that gives you more of that leverage and everything.
Yeah, and I think regarding the leverage, just because we have access to however many contracts, it doesn't mean we have to use them all. I've seen
not the
people.
challenge.
Yeah. I've seen people like blaming companies like, oh, what is this? Like, you're setting people up to fail. It's like, no, because it's your choice, right? Like, it's your choice to decide how many contracts you want to put on and how you want to manage your trades, manage your account. Yes. So we are very lucky we have this opportunity. It's incredible. Speaking of incredible, we have Ash. Ash is in the house. Last minute thoughts before we head out for the day, Barbie?
Well, we are setting up for the chop. I'm going to head over to MyStream and see if we can pick a little, London close reversal, but it is kind of playing into that choppy scenario. Good time to keep looking at options too, so I'll probably be doing a little bit of that. I hope Ash has something good, though. I bet he does.
Yes, I'm sure he does. Thanks, everyone. We will be back tomorrow bright and early. Please welcome Ash. W for Ash.
Hey, good morning, everyone. Good morning or good day, depending on where you're from. Good morning, good morning, good morning. How's everybody doing today? Just going to take a moment to welcome everybody into my segment, and then we'll get into the conversation. Good morning or good day. Hello, hello, hello. Good morning, AMD. Good morning, Koala. Good morning, Abhishek. Good morning, Diego. Good morning, Kid. Good morning, Jenny. Good morning, Marwa. Good morning, Goldmine. Good morning, Frenchie Trade. Good morning, Nikhil. Good morning, Andre. Good morning, Nada. Good morning, Bilo. Good morning, Mr. 10 Below. Good morning, Tiger. Good morning, Dave. Good morning, Manveer. Good morning, TT Trading. Good morning, Kazan. Good morning, Drew. William, what's up? Jennifer, what's up? Gold Hunter, what's up? I love Chuck Roast. Good morning. Samantha, good morning. Andy, good morning. MS, good morning. Caddy, good morning. Rocky Mountain Trader, good to see you again. Roop, good morning. This, good morning. The Real Donald, good morning. Solo, good morning. Trade Warrior, what's up? Ezekiel, good morning. TCG, good morning. Amit, good morning. Trader HCH, good morning. Johnny, what's up? Keith Singleton, how are you doing today? Good morning, good morning, good morning. Edwin, good morning. Angel, good morning. Trade like smoke, good morning. Kamika, good morning. How's everybody doing today? How's everybody's week going so far? Type a 1 in chat if you're green on the day. Type a 2 in chat if you're red on the day. And type a 3 in chat if you've yet to trade today. It's Keith's birthday. Let's also throw some W's in chat for Keith. Happy birthday, Keith Singleton. Hope you enjoy your day. Happy birthday. So, as we're seeing how everybody's doing so far this week, I'm going to start to get into some of the information here. Take a look at ES and NQ. So, for me, I am bullish. Here's the reason why. NQ found support from a daily bullish FVG. For this reason, I'm looking for a move to new all-time highs. In my opinion, it looks like we have a daily internal to external move. Right, we found support at this daily bullish FVG. Now we're looking to move to the swing high. So for that reason, I am bullish. Same exact thing goes for ES. It's correlated pair. These two assets should be moving the same at the same time. They are correlated pairs. You have the bullish FVG here. Therefore, I'm looking for the move to the swing high. Also bullish here on ES. But let's understand time real quick. All right. Let's hop over to the economic calendar. This is extremely important in terms of understanding the important times of the week. This week, we have non-farm payroll. So non-farm payroll is the first Friday of every single month. Non-farm payroll is the second largest volatility driver in terms of news events. So CPI is the largest volatility driver, then non-farm payroll, then FOMC. So understanding that we have non-farm payroll this Friday, in my opinion, I wouldn't be surprised that they leave this move to new all-time highs for Friday. You understand what I'm saying? I am bullish today, but I'm going to be patient and I'm going to wait, understanding the economic calendar. Understanding that a very important news driver is going to happen on Friday. Okay, so yes, I'm bullish, but no, I'm not going to force my opinion upon price. In my opinion, I wouldn't be surprised if they leave this move here, the bullish move, to target new all-time highs for Friday. Okay, so let's have some patience. Let's understand the important times of the week. All right, let's continue to go through our other assets to update our biases from our weekly outlook. Oil, gorgeous bias here. Oil, we were bearish because price took out a swing high. We were looking for a move from external to internal, and we were aiming at the FEGs. So you have an FEG here, you have an FEG here. So the move from the swing high back internal to the FEGs has been completed. This was a gorgeous bias. Now this is the point in time where I would no longer force that bearish bias upon price. You create a game plan. Once the game plan provides a result, go back to the drawing board. That's the situation we're in with oil. We were looking for a move lower to the daily FEGs. That move lower occurred. So we received a result. Therefore, we'll go back to being neutral now that that bias has been completed, and waiting for more information. Very good bearish bias there on oil. Dixie. Dixie is also completing its objective. Same exact information as oil. On Dixie, we were bearish. We were bearish because price swept a swing high. Since price swept a swing high, we were looking for a move back internal to the FEGs. Dixie has completed that bearish move back internal. So once again, the bias was correct. We got the move back to the FEG. Very good bearish bias there on Dixie. Very good bearish bias there on oil. Lastly is Euro. And Euro is also completing its objective. Euro is inversely correlated to Dixie, so it should be moving in the opposite direction as Dixie. And for the same exact logic, we were looking for a move back to the daily FEGs. Price had swept a swing low on the daily chart. Therefore, we were looking for a move back to the daily FEG. It's completed that objective. So that bias is now complete. So at this point in time, on Euro, on oil, on Dixie, now I'm neutral. Now I'm neutral. Go and fact check me. Go back to Monday's live stream where we were creating our weekly outlooks. We were creating a bias by going to the daily chart and looking at swing highs, swing lows, and FEGs. Seeing that price reacted to a swing low, we looked for a bullish bias to target the daily FEG. Now that that bias has been completed for Dixie, oil, and Euro, I would then move to being neutral and waiting for the next set of information. So very good job on Euro, very good job on oil, very good job on Dixie. ES and NQ, we're still waiting for a result, right? We're just in the middle of the range here. We had a nice move higher to start the week, but now we're just consolidating and waiting. So we have not got a result on ES or NQ. We'll just continue to keep waiting there and see what happens. Like I had mentioned earlier, I am going to be patient today, thinking that the important time of the week is going to be on Friday. Therefore, thinking that the move for our bias to new all-time highs may happen later on in the week. All right. Now, for some intraday action, this can also show you why I'm being patient. Go ahead and tell me that you can distinctively pick a direction here, right? Take a look at this morning's price action. Can you decisively state which direction ES is moving? Throw it in chat if you can. Can you clearly see that ES is moving lower, or can you clearly see that ES is moving higher? Yes or no? In my opinion, price is the only thing that I can definitively say is price is going sideways, right? So this is pure chop. This is consolidation. This is very choppy, indecisive price action. It's slow. It's lethargic. It has no clear direction. So when you are dealing with this type of price action, what are you doing? What are you doing? Are we taking hundreds of trades? Or are we doing nothing and choosing patience and choosing risk management over trying to force yourself upon price? In my opinion, I would rather save the mental capital. I would rather save all of the stress, all of the energy, all of the focus for better days. Right? There's no prediction to this. This is just being objective, right? So without influence is what objective means. Objective means that you can analyze price, excuse me, as if you were reading a book. Just read it from left to right. No opinion about it. Just read it for what it's telling you. In my opinion, for what it's telling me right now is we are stuck in this range. We're stuck in this range. So until price wants to do something with this range, I have no interest in it. Same thing with NQ. I mean, look at this, man. We're just stuck. We're stuck. It's obviously waiting for something. It's waiting for something, and I'm not sure what it is. So I'm not going to force myself upon price. I'm going to practice patience this morning. I'm going to save the mental capital. So if you have any questions or comments, feel free to throw it in chat. I will hop on over to chat and we can do some Q&A. Yes, I'm still bullish. Yes, I'm still going to look for a move to all-time highs. But in my opinion, I'm going to wait for that move because I would think that it's going to happen later in the week because the important news, non-farm payroll, is happening on Friday. So yes, I have a bias, but I have control over my actions. All right, so hopping over into chat now. If you have any type of questions, any type of information, throw it into chat and let's go over it. Did the daily low tag a 1 hour breaker from Friday? This would be the 1 hour breaker from, this is Thursday. Well, this is definitely not a breaker on ES. So unless you're talking about, so on NQ, if you're talking about this being a 1 hour breaker and here on NQ, I would agree with that statement. So yes, I would agree with that statement if you're talking about NQ. In hindsight, it looks stuck right now. But if you do replay mode after 10 o'clock candle form, isn't that a bullish unicorn? No, there's no hindsight about this. This has been stuck all overnight. So just zoom out a bit and tell me if this looks like consolidation or not. Is there any clear direction here on both ES and NQ? Just zoom out a bit. Is there any clear direction here? There's no hindsight about that. Pure chop ever since yesterday afternoon. Is there any news? Yeah, isn't Trump speaking? Yep, 11 a.m. Trump is coming up. Can this move be trusted? I never have any trust in anything. It's a matter of probabilities. It's a matter of risk management. If you're willing to take a risk, you have to understand that there is pure randomness in the market. So having trust in a move, no, I don't have any trust. What I have is risk management. If I'm willing to risk, I'll take the risk. If I'm not willing to risk, I will not take the risk. Right now, I'm not willing to risk because of this right here. There's nothing clean enough about price for me to take the risk. When you look for a change in the state of delivery on the 1 hour time frame, do you look for it at a certain area like a daily FEG or daily swing highs and lows? Yes, that is perfectly correct. When I'm looking for a change in market structure, I want it to happen at a daily FEG or a daily swing point. Yes, that is perfectly well said. That is exactly what I'm looking for. Very good job. Ash, didn't you say if Globex chops, the move would happen in New York? There is no guarantee. So maybe I need to change my communication or something, but there is never a guarantee in this market. It doesn't matter if London consolidated, that does not guarantee that New York will move. There is never a guarantee in this business. You can provide logic to your decision making, yes, but that does not guarantee that that logic will play out. We are dealing with probabilities here. Every single probability can fail. What's going to happen with SPX 500 today? Can you give some idea? Yeah, I just did my entire top-down analysis. Simply to recap, I'm bullish. I'm looking for new all-time highs. I just don't think that's going to happen today because the important news on the week is on Friday. So I'm bullish, looking for all-time highs, but I'm waiting for that move to happen later on in the week. Today is just consolidation, so I'm not expecting a lot, right? We're just stuck in this range. If we stay within this range, I would consider more consolidation. So I'm not looking for any type of crazy move today. Until price proves otherwise, it just looks like consolidation. Are wicks counted when selecting the breaker block? Yes. I highlight the entire candle. Do you have any tips on getting consistent payouts? Been getting 1 to 2 payouts per month. Any tips on how I can become more consistent? What's wrong with 1 to 2 payouts a month? That's phenomenal. Majority of people never reach a payout. I think you should give credit where credit is due. If you're getting payouts each month, that's a phenomenal job. You should give yourself credit for that. Most people never even reach payouts. So the fact that you've even gotten a payout is incredible. Yeah, exactly. It sounds like a bi-weekly paycheck. It's the same exact thing as a 9 to 5. That's amazing. What's the most accurate time frame correlation? There is no most accurate. That's not how that works. You'll never find the Holy Grail. There is no secret sauce. There is no one perfect strategy. There is no one perfect time frame. In my opinion, that is just not realistic. A 5-minute chart can fail. A 1-minute chart can fail. A 15-minute chart can fail. All right, is Trump going to get us out of this range? Help us out, Trump. Trump's coming up here in about another 4 minutes. Will Trump finally get us out of this range? Trying to break out of the downtrend there. Let's see if Trump can help us out. Get us out of this range. He's coming up here in another 3 minutes, so I would definitely expect Trump to have some kind of effect here. Trump needs to lock in. Yeah, it's time to dial in. Any other questions? Any other information? Feel free to throw it in chat. We'll go over it as we're waiting and watching. Just once again, another recap. I'm bullish. I'm looking for a move to new all-time highs. Today is not the day that I'm looking for that move. I'm being patient today and saving mental capital because non-farm payroll is on Friday. Okay, the important news on the week is on Friday. So in my opinion, it looks like the move that I'm looking for might happen later on in the week. So today I'm being patient and I'm saving my mental capital. Other than that, we're stuck in this consolidation. So unless price gets out of this consolidation, I would expect more consolidation. So multiple reasons of saving mental capital and being patient today. Maybe Trump can lock in and get us out of this range. How can I improve my discipline? So do you go to the gym? You have to work on your character. You have to work on your traits. You have to work on your mental and emotional intelligence outside of the screen. The screen is going to reveal all of those character traits when you show up. So you need to work on these things in real life. For example, do you go to the gym consistently 3 to 4 times a week, every single week? Yes or no? If yes, then the next question I would have is, how's your diet? Right? Do you consistently have discipline in your diet? Or do you eat candy every single day? Are you eating desserts every single day? How healthy are you eating? A healthy mind is a healthy gut. Other way around. I said that wrong. A healthy gut is a healthy mind. Lastly, if you're already doing both of those two things, then I would say, do you read? Are you reading books? Are you capable of sitting still and being within your thoughts and your mind? Are you capable of being patient and reading an entire book? Those are the 3 ways that I would instantly start working on discipline outside of the chart. All right, Trump, lock in. 11 o'clock here. Thanks, Ash. I will work on that. Perfect. And I will act as accountability. So next week or the week after this, if I see that you're here in chat again, I'm going to ask you if you hit the gym 3 times within that week. And I fully expect that you have consistently gone to the gym at least 3 times a week for the next couple of weeks. Is Trump getting us out of this range? Perfect. I will definitely be checking in. Yeah, get rid of any of those negative habits. Same thing with the cigarettes. Worst thing for you. Get rid of the candy. It's horrible for you. If you can't even control those little impulses, you're not going to control your impulses on this chart. If you can't even have discipline in stopping with the cigarettes, then you're not going to have any discipline here on the chart. Otherwise, the fact that it's good for you, right? You know what I mean? Like, you don't want to deteriorate your health. Trump is locking in. He's getting us out of this range. See if we can get that move higher. So chat, we've been doing this quite some time, and we're going to continue to keep doing this so that everybody understands we are all staring at the same thing. So no matter whether you want to be a breakout trader, a trend line trader, you want to use inversions or breakers or change in the state of delivery or whatever you want to use, I truly don't care. Let's take a look, right? If you're a breakout trader and you're looking at this as a downtrend, if you're looking at it as we're trying to break out of the downtrend, well, guess what? What do we have here? Swing low, swing high, new low, new high. Right? So we are also creating a bullish breaker. The bullish breaker also has a fair value gap aligned with it. Breaker block plus FEG. Well, instead of focusing on the terminology, just realize we're all trading the same thing. All we're doing is staring at price action, right? So if you're a trend line trader and you're looking at this as a potential breakout of the downtrend, that would be the same thing as a breaker block. So the only reason why I'm bringing this up is to show you, don't fall into the terminology trap. Don't fall into the new shiny object syndrome. We are all staring at the same thing. So no matter what you want to call it, all that we're doing here is taking risk within the market because you have some sort of idea. That's all we're doing. I don't care what you call it, whether you want this to be a breakout trade, whether you want to call this a breaker block plus an FEG, whether you want to call this a change in the state of delivery. I don't care. Okay? So instead of having the terminology argument, let's focus on risk management. Let's focus on logic. Right? Let's focus on how to get into these trades, how to manage these trades, how to execute these trades. Let's focus on expenses being less than income. Let's focus on risk management. Let's focus on mental and emotional control, mental and emotional intelligence. It doesn't matter what you call it. So that's the last thing you should be focused on. The first thing you should be focused on is risk management. The first thing you should be focused on is your ability to control your mind and your emotions. Risk management is where I lack. So let's talk about it. Let's have a quick conversation about this. Let's try to dig into this a little. What is it that you lack? Right? Is it the back end setup of having a spreadsheet that identifies your expenses and identifies your income? Is it that type of risk management? Or is it position sizing, right? Do you not know how much size you should be trading? Do you not know how much money you should be risking within an eval? Do you not know how much risk to reward you should be aiming for? Or here's another option. Is it mental and emotional intelligence to carry out your risk management? Right? Like, is it you get into a trade and then you instantly feel scared, so you raise your stop loss above break even just to get taken out at break even, so all of your winners are break even trades and all of your losers are full losses? Late entries and risk to reward. So in my opinion, late entries, it's hard to define what a late entry is. Because in my opinion, breakout trades can work too, right? So if you're longing above old highs, right? You're chasing a long. A breakout can also work, just like buying below old lows. We're dealing with a game of probabilities. I don't think chasing is really the issue there. I would be curious to know how the management during the chasing is. Right? Like, so even for example, if we take this long right now, a lot of people would probably think that we're chasing because we already made a move higher. But let's see if it works. Let's say this is the long, and we'll do, what do you want to do? 20 for 40 or? All right, so let's see if we could do 20 for 40 here. Right, risk management, 1 to 2 risk to reward. Let's say we got in during this breakout, and let's see if we can go 20 for 40. See if we can do 20 for 40 here. So what I'm trying to point to here is, in my opinion, I don't think being late is the issue. I think what would be the issue here is, right, say that you got in during the breakout, you're like, what is this, 10 points higher, 11 points higher, and now this is the moment in time where you raise your stop loss to break even. The risk to reward is going to be screwed up here. If you're always doing break even trades and taking full losses, it's not even a matter of chasing. It's a matter of management of the trade. And usually management of the trade changes depending upon your mental and emotional intelligence. All right, so that's why I'm saying let's dive into this a little deeper. Are you doing a certain amount of points with a set position size? Yes or no? And when doing that, do you have a strict form of management? And by what I mean by strict form of management, that would be a set game plan, a set rules that you follow. For example, the set rules I follow is it's either a loss or a win. I do 1 to 2 risk to reward. The only 2 outcomes I look for are a -1 or a +2. I don't make different decisions while I'm in the trade. This logic are the reasons why you know how you approach the market. This logic gives you the justifications to your actions. So if it's something else, let me know. We can continue the conversation. If not, then we'll continue to keep going through Q&A with the rest of chat. Chat, do me a favor. If you're finding any value from this conversation, if you're finding any value from any of the giveaways, If you're finding any value from any of the special guests that we have, like the video, sub to the channel, turn notifications on. We're going to continue to keep working and learning each week. Let's make this extremely clear. I'm not taking this trade. This is only for the purpose of the conversation I was just having with the individual about risk management. Okay? It's extremely clear because you can see on the chart there's no positions shown on the chart. So I will not be taking this trade. I still stand by everything I had stated during my analysis. I'm practicing patience today, saving mental capital. Why am I not taking this trade? So I explained earlier during my top-down analysis that there is no clear direction for price. Take a look at this chart, right? Ever since last night, tell me if price is definitively moving higher or definitively moving lower. This is the reason why I'm not taking the trade, because price is just consolidating. It's not moving higher or lower. It's stuck in a range. So for this reason, I'm practicing patience today. I'm saving mental capital. I'm saving my risk management for better conditions. Same exact thing here on NQ, right? So all night long, we've just been consolidating sideways in this tight range here. So same exact thing as ES. Price does not have a clear direction. There is nothing clean about this chart. Therefore, I'm saving my mental capital. I'm practicing patience, saving my risk for better conditions. Again, this was only for the conversation I was just having with the individual, which I don't think the individual is responding anymore. So we will move on to the next questions. Every day is not a trading day. We do not need to take risk every single day. Sometimes it's about surviving until the next day. You do not need to understand every single price fluctuation. You do not need to take a position every single day. Sometimes it's just a matter of risk management. Survive another day. Trump did not lock in. He's got us still stuck inside the range. Did not dial in for us. Ash, are you standing or sitting? I'm standing. I have an electric desk, so I can stand or sit. Yes, I'm standing on business. That's right. Yeah, if you don't have an electric desk, I highly suggest you get one. It's very good to be able to get some movement in a very static job. What's in motion stays in motion. So in terms of health, it's a very good idea to get a standing desk. You can even get one of the walking pads That way you're really getting the body moving. Is NVIDIA pumping? Why isn't NQ moving? NVIDIA is not the only. Let's take a look. Oh, nice move on NVIDIA. NVIDIA is not the only thing in the index. That's why. So yes, it has a weight within the index, but so do other, right? Whereas, take a look at like Amazon, Apple, Meta, right? So this could be a reason why. Meta also has a heavy weight in the index, just like how NVIDIA has a heavy weight in the index. And look at how they're mixed, right? NVIDIA is going higher while Meta is going lower. So two heavyweight stocks within the index are doing different things. Makes sense why NQ can't make up its mind. Back into the range we go. They did not get us out of the range. The mental capital is really being saved today. Love to see it. Love to see it. The fake breakout. Back into the range. Ash, any advice on when and how you would handle a personal futures account? My trading stays the same. That's why I have a system. That's why I have risk management measures. That's why I have a model to follow. It doesn't matter what account I'm trading. The process remains the same. I would treat it the same exact way as I do any other account. So last 10 minutes here during my segment. If you all want to go over any other information, any other questions, feel free to throw it in chat. But everything remains the same for me. I am simply saving mental capital. The economic calendar is the reason why, right here. Seeing non-farm payroll on Friday, knowing that that's an important news event. That is the reason why I've been waiting. Other than the fact that there is no clear direction. There is no clear direction for price. So whether you're thinking in terms of technical analysis or the logic of understanding the economic calendar, both of them to me are saying today is a day to save mental capital. Today is a day to wait and practice patience. And it's paying off so far because, man, look at this chop. This is just ugly. Geez, that's rough. That looks like an account blower. That is rough. Who else is saving the mental capital? Or just trade ranges? Yeah, that's definitely a possibility, without a doubt. If you understand how to trade ranges, that is completely acceptable. But I don't need to take a trade every single day. I hate range trading. Yeah, so that's where you have to be an independent thinker. You can absolutely trade ranges, but this is where collecting data and having conviction in a model is what matters, right? Like if you're good at trading support and resistance or ranges or whatever you want to call it, right, then buying at support could have provided a nice opportunity here this morning. Selling at resistance could have provided some nice opportunities here this morning. But what matters is your ability to understand yourself, your ability to have conviction in an idea, your ability to know how to operate within the market. So if you are a range trader, then, longing at support provided a nice opportunity. Shorting at resistance also provided a nice opportunity. But this is where you need to know thyself. If you're good at range trading, then focus on ranges. To be honest, why do we hate ranges? I don't think anybody's saying they hate ranges. What I'm saying is be an independent thinker. If you're good at range trading, then use ranges. If you are not good at range trading, then choose to stay on the sidelines today. What I'm trying to say is be an independent thinker. Collect data to know how you understand how to operate in the market. It's not like a one size fits all type of thing. This is a you versus you business. So if you are good at trading ranges, then today is a range day. You probably got a lot of opportunities here. Not saying it was an absolute truth. Oh, okay. Sorry if I misunderstood that. And thank you for clarifying. Sorry about that. No, you're allowed to share your opinions and share your comments. I'm not going to read that comment, but I am laughing at it. Maybe I shouldn't even be laughing at it. Is Trump even on yet? Did he end up even talking, or are we still waiting on him? $12 p.m. now. He faked this out. the fake breakout for the fake Trump speech? Is that what's happening? He faked us all out? He is talking? All right, good. Very happy with the patience this morning, to say the least. Up $800 today. Congratulations, Edwin. Very good job. Could have been more if I trusted my trades. In my opinion, you shouldn't fall into the coulda, woulda, shoulda scenario. That's just going to induce some negative, intrusive emotions. Be satisfied with enough, right? Just focus on the process. Allow the results to be a byproduct. If you look too far into that, if you do the coulda, woulda, shoulda all the time, it's gonna create some intrusive thoughts, and then it might make you do something different next time. So just accept the work that has been given, be satisfied with enough, and just go back to focusing on the process so you can get ready for the next opportunity. Very good job on getting green today. That's what matters. At the end of the day, you're either green or red. Alrighty, it is time for the man himself, my favorite barber. Let's go ahead and throw a bunch of W's in chat. Let's welcome Tom up on the stage. Maybe sometime this week he could give me my next haircut. But thank you all for your time. I really appreciate every single one of you. I'm going to go ahead and hand the mic over to Tom. I hope you all have a great day, and I will see you all tomorrow. Have a nice day, everyone.
Welcome, everybody, to the show. I must say, first of all, thank you, Ash. Thank you for the segment. It's W's for Ash in the chat. I must say my other, my brick and mortar business is going to be a barber shop. I just decided. So I do take house calls too. So if you guys need me, I can fly over to US. Not a problem. Then he was also asking me, hey, Tom, did you do something with your hair? And I was like, yeah, first time in my life I used the comb. So it was a great experience. Really, it was. Hello, everybody. How you guys are doing? Again, let me say thank you, Ash. Great discipline, great analysis. Love the segments, as always. How is everybody doing today? Everybody's printing money. This is the best price action, all month. Oh my God, I'm so glad that September is over. Actually, I was expecting more. My haircut is fresh. Oh my God, why? I did okay, there is something I did with my hair. I have to look back throughout the day what was happening. Hello, everybody. Again, good to be here. I hope the vibes are positive. Of course, it's positive vibes everywhere. Cut your own hair, saving environment. That's good, actually. By the way, hello, Abhishek, Magnus, Danny. How is everybody doing? What was the question? All right. So what a great price action, right? This is just so great. Absolutely tremendous price action. As always. Sneaky codes are coming. All right. Let's go with the sneaky codes. Got to stick around. You never know. You never know what's going to happen. Don't worry. I had the question earlier this London session, why is that thing keeps glowing and in the background? I don't know, but they told me just leave it. Okay, so I'm not going to do anything with that. Would you rather cut hair with a lawnmower or cut grass with a clipper? I would take the cutting grass with the clipper. Would be definitely better, for sure. For sure. So if there was winners, congratulations, by the way. Let's see what happened throughout the day because, okay, jokes aside, this was a really ugly day. This was a really, really ugly session so far. And yeah, we did see some levels being taken, but I must say that the market, the price action, absolutely terrible. In the London session, I was definitely biased to the upside. So I think I took a small, I took a small trade at 2 a.m. If any one of you guys are used to join my London streams, I took a small long position just before 2 a.m. So that was a nice trade. That was all I did throughout London. I was hoping that we will go to that 3-minute supply zone. But, after the 9:30 open, this is just unreadable. If, and that's a big if. Hey, Jerson, good to see you. If we stick with the 5-minute time frame, and if we stick with the entry model on the classic ICT 2022 entry, this, I wouldn't say it's a bullish breaker, but because it's not really a good bullish breaker. Technically, it may be, but it's not really. So anyway, let's just say it's a 2022 YouTube model thingy. A classic entry here, 5-minute liquidity sweep. There was a very small liquidity sweep down here at 10:30, actually 10:35. Then the price shifted higher, shifted the structure multiple times here, and higher. So then pushed back. I would say that, hey, why not just continue higher? But we took out these relative equal highs here. There is a 3-minute supply zone up there, which could be interesting, but I don't know. Is President Trump speaking or started to speak, or did he finish already, or I don't know. But anyway, if we consider this as the pullback, this could be a good entry. But otherwise, the volume is just so not good. I'm really not interested in this. So I'm just going to wait for sure. Actually, I'm not even going to trade on this one. So he already spoke yesterday. I thought that there's going to be a speech after 11 a.m. today. I wasn't really following. So tell me the story. How's everybody doing? Any setups, any trades so far? Any account being blown up in this chop suey? Exactly, because that's what it is, Ricky. I completely 100% agree with you. But who knows? There was some. Okay. Hey, Marva, good to see you. I'm doing good. I got to tell you, I lost today an evaluation account. I lost an eval. It was a core account. It was already in a drawdown-ish. Anyway, I tried to scalp my way in this chop. It didn't turn out good. So that was my mistake. On my funded accounts, I'm doing okay. But so far, lost one too. Oh my gosh. Yeah, it happens. I traded today. One trade in London, and I did one trade in New York, a small trade. That was a loss on one funded account. Otherwise, I technically destroyed an evaluation account. But otherwise, hey, don't be sorry. I'm fine. Don't worry. Overall, on my funded accounts, I'm doing great. So I'm doing just great. Don't worry about me. The big picture is definitely looking good. So Any other things happening with you guys? You know, tomorrow is a new day. And obviously, we still have the PM session. Just a quick look on gold. I'm quite curious. This morning, this drop from, look at this drop here from 38. What was the high here? 38.99.2. Like, we were following this in the London session, and it was just amazing. This whole thing just, you know, kept dropping down like a rock. We had some demand zones on the downside, as you can see my markups, and these are all from the London session. And eventually the 34.9 got tagged just after the London session was over. So quite amazing. I would say, by the way, just looking at the big picture on gold, and I'm just going to switch to the 1 hour chart. After picking up liquidity and sweeping some orders, I mean, some liquidity on these swing lows and picking up liquidity from this fair value gap and reversing the sell side imbalance, buy side inefficiency. So technically creating a 1 hour inversion here. Maybe it can still try. The 3,900 is technically, I mean, it's definitely a strong psychological number. And then if we can get through that 3,900, I mean, 4K would be history. That would be definite. And I think it will be. Is it going to happen today? I don't know. Gold can also move very quickly in the PM session. So maybe not in lunch hour, but PM session can absolutely hold some surprises. Content Hunter, good to see you. What's up? How are you doing? I'm doing great. AMD, good to see you again. Trying to get a good entry. Anyone's trading gold, by the way? Because I'm not going to talk about gold then. Hey, Trader H. Good, yeah. So it was, you know, if we look at these zones, it's amazing how gold actually tagged every one of these. Actually, let me zoom in because I know this is the 5-minute chart. So these were the zones that we outlined throughout the London session. It took everything. And there was a 3-minute supply zone after the sweep. And I kind of felt the FOMO by not taking a position on a lower time frame, but doesn't really matter. The real question is, how far are we going to go? You know, how far? Stick with NQ. Yeah, let's go back to NQ. Let's go back to NQ. This was just my observation on gold, but it seems like NQ is back into this ugly range. So gold wrecks me emotionally and financially more than my ex has ever done. That's a nice mic drop line. I like it. Well, there's a saying about gold, but I'm not going to say it here at MyFunded TV, but you burned your account last week. Oh, Gyps missed. I'm sorry about that. You know, yeah, if gold starts to move, it definitely has some insane movement. I also realized that it definitely has some insane moves. So, yeah, and also I agree, Epictus gold does have a lot of manipulation. I think definitely more manipulation than NQ or ES. We are master of the craft. Nice. All right. So, yeah, nothing else. As I said, we had these liquidity sweeps. We went back to the Asia high. I have absolutely nothing. One 15-minute demand zone remains at 24,709. There's a 15-minute demand zone. I can actually show you. I don't know why my trading view is so slow. I don't know, but anyway. I'm going to go. So this is the 15-minute chart. And if I go back to last Friday, 1:30 p.m. and 1:45 p.m. on the 15-minute chart, there was a liquidity sweep here by this candle. So that makes it technically valid. There was structure shift, actually multiple structure shift. The bullish candle shifted or there was a continuation. And this pullback initiated all this movement to the upside. So I would say that that point down there is definitely interesting. 709 is that level on the 15-minute chart. So I'm going to extend this here. Are we going down there? I don't know. I don't know. I really don't know. Actually, hold on. Let me change the color. Oh my god, it's terrible. So 15-minute demand zone. 15-minute demand zone right there, and that's all we have. And we're somewhere in between these levels. And my first trade on my first, well, today my strategy snagged the 10 in the morning ugly market. Yeah, Zach, I'm sorry to say, but you just picked one of the worst market conditions today. But that's why I keep telling, if you guys have a plan, if you have the pre-market analysis, then it makes it easier to survive on a market like this. Like, at least I knew I'm not going to do anything on my funded accounts. What part of Hungary are you from? Well, I live like 100 kilometers south from Budapest. So I'm not on Budapest, but I live like 100 kilometers south. Hey, Nicholas, good to see you. Yeah, if you have a green day, you need to lock yourself out. If any one of you guys are trading on DX feed, I strongly advise you to use the lockout feature. If I guess there are some of you guys who didn't know, but if you are using DX feed, then you can lock yourself out like for the day. Just go to your MyFundedFutures dashboard, go to your trading dashboard, and you will see the lockout feature is there if you're using DX feed. That's kind of cool. Pine Tree Trader, hey, good to see you. What's up, Pine Tree? Man, I need to learn a lot of things from you, man. Don't tell this to anyone. I checked your videos. I mean, I saw that it's some good trades there. I like the logic in your trading. Love Budapest. Spent 5 summers. Nice. If anyone, comes to Budapest, let me know. We will do a gather, like, meet and greet stuff, with some good Hungarian food. We need, some good party. I'm going to organize everything. Pine Tree is in the house. Oh, yeah. What kind of account? Well, if you trade through DX feed, like, for example, you trade with Quantower, help me out. I mean, what other platforms are supporting DX feed? I know we have Volumetrica built in, but like, what other? There are a few platforms which are supporting DX feed data, but if you choose that when you subscribe to MyFundedFutures, then the DX feed data you can lock yourself out. And trader weight, yes. So the trader weight thing, I think you can override it. That's the problem. You can override that. So yes, you can lock yourself out, but then you can just change the setting and then you can continue to trade. So yeah, I think today was ugly. Today was definitely ugly. Sometimes, we see the markets moving. Sometimes it's just ranging day. But obviously don't confuse the movement with opportunities, right? Because everybody was waiting to get out from the chop. Like, how long was it? Like from 9:30 to like, oh my gosh, at least an hour. And like, I can imagine that as soon as this thing started to go higher, a lot of traders jumped in, which is a typical reaction. Like, we all do that sometimes. We jump in, try to chase the market, and sometimes it makes it difficult. But obviously, just because the market is moving, it doesn't mean that you should, right? So movement without context is basically, just noise. That's the thing. That's the whole idea of the game. And obviously, new traders or new traders or amateur traders who just new in trading, basically are confusing the motion with the opportunity, right? More experienced traders should be knowing the difference, or they know. Yeah, noise moves more than trends. Yeah, learn the difference or pay for the lesson. That's what I can tell. And by the way, why do we confuse the movement with the opportunity? because the problem, and that's the problem with chasing trades as well, right? That's the problem why we're chasing. Like, our brain likes the action. We want to have action. That's why we're here. That's why we sit down every single day to trade. But just like Ash was saying it in his session, just because we sit down in front of the charts doesn't mean that we need to push the button, right? Trust me, it really took me a lot of energy not to push the button on my other funded accounts this New York session. I had one single trade on one of my funded accounts and on NQ, and that's it. And but it was, well, we need the action, right? But it's really, humans are weird to react when something moves. It's really like a human nature. It's like coded in our DNA. On a chart, like, movement feels like I need to do something now. When you see the movement, you feel like we need to do something now. And obviously we do have the FOMO, right? Yeah, when the candles are flying. And when candles are flying, traders may be thinking like, if I'm not clicking, I'm going to miss it. A lot of times. And yeah, the FOMO chase. Do we get the FOMO chainsaw? Well, hope not. And by the way, there's also an illusion, by the way, of the activity. Basically, we have this illusion, the illusion of activity, which equals progress in our minds. That's the problem. That's why we confuse the movement with the opportunity, because we have this illusion that, oh my God, just because the market is moving, that's going to be the progress. This is when we need to react. And that's why I keep, especially in this market condition, especially at this hour of the day, we obviously need to focus on the mindset, right? I love to take a trade for you guys here and, take like 10 trades in a session, but that's a different thing. And this is definitely not the hour to do so. This is the time to reflect on the mindset, and on the day, or practice these rules with the mindset. Have you ever meditated before a trading session? Sometimes in the morning. So in the mornings in London session, in my time, I sit down to trade at 8 a.m. in the morning. That's 2 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. And I wake up anywhere around 6 a.m. in the morning. So usually I wake up at 6, I have a bit of a breakfast, and then I sit down on the couch and I just sit there in silence. And yes, I'm meditating, but I'm not just focusing on the chart. I'm meditating throughout everything, like focusing on the day, focusing on my feelings, on the emotional balance. I'm not just thinking about the upcoming trading session. Usually I don't really have time, or I forget to meditate before the New York session because I'm doing everything before. I'm not depressed. I'm not depressed. How can you say that? I will never be depressed. Yes, sometimes I am, but no, I am not. I'm locked in. But, when I wake up, I focus on, the Zen phase, the Zen, kind of feeling the action. But yeah, really focusing on the surroundings, on the day, on my emotional state. And then, yeah, I used to do this like a few minutes almost every morning. I sit down on the couch and, just relax, listen to the birds. I'm not even listening to the radio. I just sit there in peace. Anyway. Oh, there's a winner. All right. Congratulations. I hope there is. So, yeah. So let's just, this topic is interesting, by the way. For the pep talk right now, I passed an account and I'm up 500 on funded. Was tempted to push another button. Yeah, Nick, congratulations first of all, and thank you for the comment there. But really, this is like, Amit, hey there. these things that we talk here, I think these are essential. Just a quick look on gold before I go further. And what is happening with gold here? Oh my gosh, it looks terrible. It really looks terrible. I thought that gold is going to spike higher, but it's not going anywhere. So again, we have the illusion of this activity thing, right? And we think that if the market is moving, that's what we need to do as well. We need to engage. We need to put a trade on. We need to chase the market. And, you know, we think that this is the process. And that's basically confusing our mind totally, right? It's definitely confusing our mindset. And so, like, yeah, the market moves every day. Let's just not forget it, okay? The market is moving every day. Opportunities don't move every day, all right? And that's why we should not be engaging every single day or every single session. And trading also, I mean, part of trading is also the thing that you sit through, for example, a London or a New York AM session. It's part of the game. It's part of trading. And I think this is a big mistake, mostly at new traders. You sit down, and just because you sit down, you think that, okay, this is my job to push the button. No, your job is not to push the button like every single session. Your job is to wait for the opportunity. Okay? You need to wait. If you sit through a New York AM session, for example, you sit there for like 90 minutes or 2 hours, whatever, or even 1 hour, 2 hours, whatever is the time frame that you're looking for. But if you can sit through it without taking a trade because you did not see the opportunity playing out in your favor, that's a very good skill. That's an excellent skill. That's real discipline. And, look at Ash. He's getting like he's on his 14th payout. I saw Ash posting yesterday on Twitter, like he got his 14th payout from his live account. How cool is that? I mean, honestly, guys, I'm gonna be real honest with you, and don't tell this to Ash because maybe it's gonna go into his head, and he But I think so far I never seen anybody in my trading career, anyone. Ash is the first one I've ever seen taking this many payouts from one single account. Okay. 15. Okay, 15. Sorry. 15. My apology. Okay, apologies. 15. I never seen anybody taking 15 payouts from one single account. I don't care really if it's a simulated funded account or a live account. It's all about discipline, and that's that's amazing. And you get these comments like, oh yeah, but he only took out $1,400, and the other day he took out only like, I don't know, $2,000. So, but he didn't take out $20,000 on each payout. That's wrong thinking. That's something that you're seeing this the wrong way, because that's when you start to scale up really, and that's an amazing job what Ash is doing. Amazing. Okay, so W's for Ash. Absolutely, Marva. I 100% agree. If anyone asks me, do I know someone in that top 5% who is consistently profitable on the same account? That's Ash. I don't know anyone, not in person, not in all over social media. And we can, obviously, I'm not going to say anyone or any other, consistency, getting those payouts from the same account. That's the proof to yourself that, okay, whatever happens, you can make a living from trading. Yes, I know Ash is doing other businesses as well, but how cool is that still? Anyway. So that is just amazing. I was, it just caught my eye yesterday on Twitter, like, what? This is how much payout so far. Anyway, let's move on because I'm just going to get jealous. Oh my gosh. Anyway, let's talk about the nature of the market movements, right? because obviously you guys know it already, right? Markets are consistently in motion. As I said earlier, okay, we have the noise, we have the chop, we have whipsaws, okay, everything is there, what you need. True opportunity equals structured move from level to level. That's what we need to understand, okay? True opportunity equals structured movement from level to level, all right? Obviously, like most of the movement, even if you just look at this chart from, since midnight, like 70-80% of this movement is chop. And this happens many times throughout any day. Like when the market is really heavily trending, yes, this number could be lower, but usually like at least 50 to 60% of the day, at least, is just chop. Even if you go down to the 1 minute. And I know ICT would say, oh, no, bro, we just go down to the 5-second chart and we can trade as many as we want. I'm not going to go into that, but you know what I'm thinking. So there's a lot of chop there, okay? So only like maybe 20%, 30% of the movement is tradable opportunity. So that's why I'm saying don't confuse the movement by thinking that, oh my God, I need to engage. Okay, I need to do something. Right? Yeah. Oh, okay. Abhishek is playing God again. So please be good with him. He's the GOAT. Everybody send some love to Abhishek. He's doing a great job, by the way. In chat, he's doing a great job. By the way, I was tuning in. I just couldn't reply because I was driving the car, but I was keeping my YouTube open. And I was listening into the open with Terry, Nick, and Bull Barbie. And I heard Nick was saying, I was rehearsing for the opening. I was. I admit I was rehearsing a little bit. I had some ideas, but I was rehearsing a little bit there. That's true. Anyway, back to the nature of the market movement, right? If you trade every wiggle, you're not trading the market. All right. You're not trading, you're trading your impulses. And that's why you need to understand what is the real opportunity in the market. Should never hate. That's true, Bob. I agree with that. If you hate is never, when you hate somebody, hate always comes back in a negative energy. Maybe not in that very second or the next day, but I believe that the universe, if you push hatred, towards everybody around, not everybody around you, but for people around you, let it be on social media or personal life, whatever. I think the universe is going to, bring more to your life on you. So I believe in that. It's called karma, I think, or something like that. But I really believe that this is a thing. And it's also good for trading. I mean, it's like in trading. So if you are respecting your fellow traders, kind of like an interesting mindset thing that we're talking about. If you're respecting your fellow traders and you're not acting up like, oh, but you only took $1,500 of payout and this is not $20,000. Okay. I saw the other guy make yesterday $50,000 and you just took out $1,400. No, that's not the way. That's not good. That's not a good mentality. Your mindset, your subconscious is already in a bad. Anyway, sooner or later, that kind of mindset is going to kick you in the rear end. I just truly believe in that. So yeah, be grateful, be respectful, especially, if we are relating this down to trading, then respect your fellow traders. I respect everybody who can achieve a funded account, regardless if that person achieved a payout yet or not. I respect the trader who practices this. I don't know if Dan is here. Dan was on my stream earlier and last week too. He's doing the 30-day 1 micro challenge. He is trading 1 micro for 30 days, and he's doing great, by the way. I love it. I definitely love it. I hope he can share some stats or results. That's just so awesome. So, you know, we have to support each other, especially in trading, and that's why it's good to be part of a community like MyFundedFutures, MyFunded TV, right? I think it's just awesome. So anyway, let's just move on. I think it's an interesting topic, you know, basically the confusion, like why not to confuse the movement with the opportunities, right? I think I'm feeling quite good that we slipped into this topic because it's also important. And obviously there comes the question from time to time, like how to tell, you know, or how to tell if there's an opportunity in the movement. We need to understand that too, right? Obviously, there's the context. We need to understand the context of the market. We talked about this too, and we're going to talk specifically about the context maybe this week again. You need to understand the context. Is this a chop? Like, for example, an inside range chop equals noise, right? What is the market really doing? You need to understand it. Is there a movement of, or is the market is moving off strong levels? If there's a nice movement, and if there are some strong levels that the market is bouncing off or retracing back from, or pulling back from, or to, obviously there could be an opportunity. And I'm not going to go into the details like how to identify a chop, because obviously everybody, I mean, you're able to identify the chop in many ways. But what I'm trying to say is you got to understand the context. What is the market doing right now? Understanding the context is going to happen if you read the narrative. I can say like read the tape, like ICT saying tape reading, and I usually use that expression, but you know, I'm just going to use read the narrative. What is the narrative of the market today? Or what is the narrative since yesterday on the higher time frame? If you have that, it makes it easier to identify the context. Confluence also, right? So multiple factors. So for example, levels, let it be, I don't know, pivot points, fair value gaps, new day opening gap, I don't know, the VWAP. I just said it. Oh yeah, VWAP. Okay, so VWAP, whatever, you know. Confluence comes hand in hand with the context. Okay. So do you have those multiple factors that are lining up with your context? If there is no confluence, even if you see that there is a chop session, but you don't have your levels, if you don't see those levels, then obviously it's a no trade. And you need to do this, obviously, I say obviously too many times, to filter the trades. You need to filter out those trades. That's why we need to talk about context and confluence at the same time. The reason is to filter out the bad opportunities, the low probability entries. Okay. So I think it's important to understand. Risk to reward ratio, I totally forgot about that. Do we have a positive risk to reward ratio? I usually say at least 1-to-1. Okay. Rajin, say Mortal Kombat things. Fatality. No, I can't say. My voice is, I have to drink something. Hold on. Fatality. Account blown. Fatality. Finish it. No, I can't say it. I'm sorry. That's true, Manavir. That is true. So the risk reward ratio, always keep it positive. Minimum would be 1-to-1. I do know traders who are using a negative risk reward ratio, right? Nothing wrong with the negative. I mean, I'm not saying having a negative risk reward ratio is bad, but you need to work on the negative risk reward ratio. You need to work on your win ratio. So you definitely need to go for a higher win rate. Get well, Tom, for tomorrow. I'm good. I'm feeling great. I'm okay. Win rate. Account balance 0. Finish it. No, we don't do that. Manavir. So risk reward ratio, market conditions, obviously part of the, needs to be recognized if you're looking for opportunity. Is it a trending day? Is it a choppy day? Same movement is going to cause like different opportunities on different type of days, right? So the same movement on a choppy day most likely is going to have a different result than on a trending day, depending on which levels are you looking for, right? And you got to focus on that. Just an idea. So movement without the structure is a distraction usually, and opportunity without structure doesn't exist. All right. So again, movement without structure is a distraction, and opportunity without structure doesn't exist. We got to keep this in mind, and I think it's very true. It's very, very true. And of course, we do have our usual mindset shift, what we can do in these matter, like how to shift from chasing to filtering, because that's what we're working on every single day when we sit down to trade. We need to filter out the best opportunities, right? New traders usually chase every wiggle, every single opportunity. We all been there. We all do that. I told you guys how many, oh my gosh, back in 2022, I was having like 10, 20 trades in one single New York session. That was absolutely mental. And obviously more experienced traders are, they are filtering like ruthlessly, really all the time. Most of the movements are ignored. And I keep getting this comment every time, every week. Like, why don't you take a trade? Why are you not trading this? How couldn't you see or jump in on this drop? How couldn't you jump, take this trade on this as it was pumping higher? I keep getting this all the time. And I cannot repeat myself enough time. Like, Bob, I'm crazy at trading. Why do you say that, Bob? Same. So I'm just, I get this all the time. Like, why don't you jump into the trade? The market is crashing. Why don't you jump in? I did that so many times. One of the number one reasons for blowing up all my accounts in the past, like, because I jumped in the trade. Like, oh, it's moving. Let's jump in. Let's take the trade. And you know what? For many traders out there, especially I'm talking about, again, the new traders, we can talk about this many, many times here, and we will, because we need to remind ourselves. But I was getting asked like what should I do? When will I be able not to take every single opportunity? And there's no magical answer for this. There's no simple answer. The only answer I can give you, like you just, I'm sorry to say it like this, but you need to suffer a little bit more. You need to suffer from those FOMOs. You need to suffer from the pain of losing an evaluation or a funded account. So you need to fail, actually, not suffer. I don't want you to suffer, but I'm sorry to say it like this, but you will feel some sort of a frustration or pain mentally. but that is something that is part of the journey. There is no, if you're not experiencing that part of the trading, you're just not going to be a better trader. There's no trader out there, none, who actually made it to the top without failing so many times. And it's so true in this business. And this is why actually I like this. And I know I'm kind of going into the emotional, things here. Exactly, P. Exactly. So thank you, Mo, or Monet. Sorry. So you need to fail, and trading is one of those businesses. And I'm saying intentionally businesses. Trading is one of those businesses out there that is going to show you what kind of person you are. Trading is one of those businesses that is actually going to help you to be a better person. You might be laughing like, what am I talking about? How am I going to be a better person from trading? I'm telling you, it's going to show you depths and highs, peaks and valleys. It's going to push you through. Trading is going to make you look inside, really. Trading is going to make you to reevaluate your personality. Trading is going to make you to work on yourself as a person, not just on your trading model. And this is why I love trading so much. This is why I'm so passionate about trading. I was even before prop firms, before I get to know prop firms, I knew that this is something that can actually not just, give me a certain level of financial freedom, but this is something that can actually teach me so many things in life. Anyway, just saying, stick around, stick around. It humbles. Yes. Trade like smoke. 100% agree. The market, I would say the market or trading, well, we can say this is technically the same. The market or trading is going to humble everybody. It's going to humble everybody, even those even those who are having the biggest trade records out there and results. Anyone you see in social media and anyone you follow and assumingly having lots of payouts and great results, they've been through these failures. Okay. And if you haven't failed yet because you're starting out new, I wish you all the best and God be with you and everything. But be prepared. This is going to be a real emotional roller coaster, but only if you really want it. Okay. Only if you really want it. If you don't want this, from your soul, from the bottom of your heart, if you just think that, okay, let's try out trading. It's cool. Let's buy an evaluation account. Huh? What is this? Is this the video game? Let's buy 3 minis. What is this mini? I don't know. Let's buy 3 minis. I blown up the account. Trading sucks. I don't care about this. Yeah, let's buy some video games. I don't know. No, if you think like this, walk away. Trading is not for you. All right. Do you think we keep ranging all day? I think we will. Yeah. I don't have expectations for the PM session. I don't know why this market is like this. Even if we would break out in some direction from here, from this congestion, I would say, I don't care. I'm not interested. I'm not even interested in the not in the supply zone, not in the demand zone. I don't care about this. Actually, not on NQ. I mean, let's look at gold real quick. Just a real quick move. No, nothing. I was thinking that why gold is not trying to make a new high. That 3,900. That was actually quite amazing in London session, and it would be a real funny thing to see. Things happening. Oh my gosh, who are we having here?
Well, don't mind me. I'm just listening.
Yeah, are you listening? Okay, so listening. How you feeling, man? Because your voice, let's hear your voice. Is it getting better? What's happening?
I think it is. Slowly. I can't do the correct voice. You know, I did the order filled voice with Terry once.
Nice.
I can't really do it yet, but it's pretty similar, I would say. I have practiced a bit, but I'm not fully recovered. Anyways, I need to be in and out quick. This is for chat, all right? Because you have been so patient. We're gonna try something new here.
Cool.
Are you ready, Tom? I'm gonna explain the rules.
I'm absolute. I'm always ready.
This is gonna go by quick, and this is why the slow mode is on as well. So I am going to put on a word on the screen, all right? And it's like a word scramble. The first 5 people in chat, don't type now because you have 1 minute slow mode, all right? The first 5 people who type the correct word in chat, they will win a 50k scale account. How does that sound?
Man, I need to get ready.
This is going to be a random word, all right? Abhishek, you can put like 20 or 30 seconds maybe. 30 seconds is fine, I think, because we need to catch the first 5 as well, all right? If it goes too quick, then we just need to pick someone. But there will be a random word on the screen, and you need to type what it is. It's sort of like guessing a code, but this is actually like... this is a word. So this is not a code you insert anywhere. You just type it in chat.
All right. This is going to be awesome, everybody.
Let me just check that it's correct. Yes. Hold on.
Get ready, everyone.
All right. I think.
So this is going to be a code.
All right. So we are sending it in 10 seconds. Are we counting together, Tom? 9, 8, 9. Oh, hold on. We are at 5 now.
7.
Let's count from 5.
Okay.
5.
9.
Oh my goodness.
3.
This guy is hopeless. All right, let's just send it. Good luck.
3.
This is the word. What is the correct word?
Oh my gosh.
Oh, they got it immediately. Wow, the correct word is funded.
I see it.
They got it. Did you also get it? No, you took it from chat. That's no fair.
Everybody quickly get the word, get the code, everybody to the MyFundedFuture page. Bravo Recon. So everybody go there.
Why we did this, chat, is because Denny had this fantastic idea that we could do some word scrambles in the future as well, on top of everything else we do, just to reward our chat, because our chat is awesome. Don't you think so, Tom? They stick around always.
Absolutely.
So those who stuck around, maybe some of them won.
Oh, yeah.
Abhishek picks the winners, so, well, it's the first 5. So this was like a test run. We will have another form also coming very soon. But this was just a test run. I wanted to see if this runs smoothly and also reward the chat. And pop in and have a chat with you as well before Matt comes on.
I love it. I just love it, Magnus. This is awesome. That's always new things. I love it.
All right. So, Tom, you didn't engage in the markets today, did you?
Well, I did fool around on an evaluation account, but otherwise, I mean, look at this market. This is just absolutely trash. I'm sorry to say it like that, but
no, you're correct. This was rough. I know a lot of people who got hurt today. I got hurt, but I also made some because I didn't copy trade all my accounts at once today. So I did like a little bit of this and that basically today. But it was rough. It wasn't easy.
And I wanted to ask you, like, how can you? I mean, I saw you copy trading, and how can you handle the pressure? Like, does it get any easier from time to time, or how are you doing with the risk management? Because copy trading obviously puts the pressure on everybody, right?
Well, look, if you know that your risk is pretty low, essentially, like if you use a 2,000 or 50k account with 2,000 in drawdown, and you're risking 100 plus every trade, it doesn't really matter how many accounts you have, especially if you know what you're doing and it makes sense. And that's very like I don't risk a lot, and so not really. I don't feel the pressure. It's the same as trading one account. Well, on one account I'd probably risk it a little harder, right? But I don't feel it.
And obviously, I'm guessing you also have some negative days sometimes. But how are you feeling? I mean, can you walk away? Do you have that skill that you're able to walk away on those days? Do you feel any kind of frustration? Are you good with the mindset that you know that the next day is going to be a next setup, or do you having trouble with that, or were you having trouble with that, or how it goes with you?
Many years I used to blow accounts left and right, and eventually you just get used to it and you stop doing the stupid stuff. That's why I say always the most important thing in trading is persistence. No matter how you do it, if you keep doing it, you will get there. Right? There are many ways to get to where you want to be, but if you just keep doing it, it may be a stupid thing. Like I was an idiot. I've said this many times, and I blew account after account after account. Right?
Excellent.
But I got there, and someone else will get there in some other way. And that's how it works. Maybe they get mentored by someone or something. I was stubborn, so I didn't do that. But that's what I would have.
That's so amazing. That is amazing, because it actually proves the point that we always talk here. Like if you go with the smallest risk, or at least a very small risk, absolutely that's decreasing the pressure. And I was just saying this, like after you fail for quite some time, and obviously it's a different pattern for everybody in trading. But after that many or a certain amount of failures, your brain is just going to automatically recognize, or that reflex, that brain muscle is going to build up. Like, okay, I'm down like $200 or $300, maybe even on multiple accounts. But hey, it is what it is. I'm coming back tomorrow. So that skill, that is a skill, and that's excellent that you have that. That's amazing, man. That's long.
Hey, Magnus, can you explain the rules one more time? That way chat understands it.
Okay. First of all, we appreciate having Danny on, don't we?
Oh, yeah, we do.
Only the first time that many in chat heard his voice. But he has actually been on with Steven. Steven streams like 8 to 10 p.m. EST. So the rules, as you see, I'm going to flash the banner we just used. All right. So this is not a new session. All right. So don't spam funded. All right. Don't spam it.
Yeah.
I know they're going to spam it.
They will.
So you see how the word... So we will drop a random word on the screen, right? And then you need to correct it so that it actually becomes a word. This was just like a test run, but we might run these in the future with more planning and structure, of course, and more entries as well, because this was just 5 first, right? And technically... Oh, my cat is walking in the background. Technically, you can just... wait for someone to guess it, and then you can guess it yourself. But we may have some kind of website or something we can use. We will see. But those are the rules. Danny, are they clear?
Yeah.
I like it.
Very clear.
I like it.
Danny, don't you have any words of advice for chat? We need to have you on camera as well someday.
Maybe one day. I gotta save my face for Steven's stream tonight.
There you go. If you want to see him, then jump on.
We have to do a face reveal for Danny, definitely. He's Bruce Wayne, don't worry.
Well, we have seen him in Steven's stream, but not here. Not in the AM session, or PM, I guess. This is now, but regular trading hour stream.
Yeah.
All right. Well, Tom, before Matt comes on, me and Danny will let you wrap this up.
Oh, thank you.
I kind of interrupted you, and then
No, absolutely.
This is how it works. All right.
Absolutely. You guys are amazing. Thank you for this opportunity, and I love this test run here. So obviously, I'm looking forward to some more. Yeah, obviously the chat is looking forward to some more of this.
I'm sure, but we need to get some more entries and some more juice into it, because the dose, they need more doses. They have been having withdrawals because we haven't had as many. I got complaints that we didn't have as many doses as previously, so we need to increase the dosages again. And also, we heard you. You want the account codes occasionally on screen? We will have those as well. They are coming back occasionally, since you asked for it so much. So we will do so as well.
Let's go,
chat. We'll do a little bit of everything.
Magnus is doing it.
Well, Danny as well. He's the main chef.
Oh, Danny, sorry. Danny and Magnus are doing it. Yeah. Obviously.
Yeah. All right, Tom. We'll let you wrap this up.
Absolutely. Thank you. All right, cool. Thank you, Magnus and Danny. This was absolutely great info, and I love this system. And that's what I'm saying. Like Danny and Magnus, Absolutely the heart of the show. You don't see them too much. Hopefully more of them they would appear, but lots of things are rolling in the background and they are doing it. So W's for them. And that's why I told you, like Magnus was working for CERN at Switzerland, he's a rocket scientist. He knows everything. He knows about programming, coding. I'm guessing he has a portal or something around his house. I don't know, but he's super smart. So where was I? I was just saying the mindset thing. Actually, I was almost finished with the thought there, because we were talking about the the confusion, around the opportunity and the movement. And I think we actually went through the main things. I think we talked about, chasing the market and filtering out those movements. And obviously we talked about the shift, like what you need to do. I do have an example here. I think there was an example I wanted to use, but I'm just going to say the market loves to move just enough to bait the impatient traders. And as I was saying, and I was talking about how the market can teach you many, many things, just also not to be a better trader, but to be a better person as well. And obviously that's why I was asking Magnus too, like how he was going through his journey, how he's able to emotionally manage, for example, copy trading or a losing day, or able to move on. And I just love that answer from Magnus. Like after a certain amount of losses, and I'm sorry, this is the reality. Like, you need to fail after a certain amount of losses. That reflex is going to build up. And I know it sounds like, oh man, do I have to fail? Yes, you have to fail. And there's nothing of a better comparison than to sports, right? Actually, to any kind of professional sports, like let it be just playing golf or baseball or whatever. So many failures are involved. If you ask someone who is a professional in sports, they're going to tell you that you need to fail 1,000 or 10,000 times. All right. And that's the way with trading as well. That's the way with prop trading. And this is also the good thing in failing, that it's actually going to show you so many good things, so many great things that you can work on yourself, on your mentality, on your risk management. It's going to make you really a better thinker in your personal life, in your IRL life, the way you handle things outside of trading, outside the charts. And this is one of the many reasons why I love trading so much. It can definitely teach you many, many things. All right. So don't confuse, like, if you want to trade every movement, that's going to be more exposure, more commissions, and obviously more drawdown. So wait for the opportunity, is what I wanted to say. Wait for the movement, pre-plan your trade, pre-plan the movement for the day, do your analysis. We say this every single day, all right? Do your analysis. If you have that, you're definitely going to have a much easier time in trading. What time it is? Almost. Oh my gosh, Matt is almost here. Rocket Scooter fam, I see you guys. All right, you guys are here. Nice. Cool. Anybody has a quick question for me until Matt steps in, or anything? Let me know. This was a great session. I'm absolutely happy for the questions as well, and for the vibes and everything. And I cannot say how grateful I am to be here with you guys and to MyFunded TV. And I will say it again as many times as I can. I'm being grateful. And if you are being grateful as well in your life, you're going to have much more results in your charts as well. Trust me. That's actually a real truth right there. So be grateful, everybody. If you feel the gratitude, trust me, the profits are going to come easier, and you're going to be handling those losses easier as well. Just saying. It's a thing. Facts. Okay. Facts. Congratulations. Was there a winner? Yeah. Congratulations to the winners or winner. Oh, I forgot to mention Abhishek. Abhishek also works a lot, by the way, in chat. I talked about Magnus and Denny, and Abhishek also. These guys are running the show. The Matt is here. Oh my gosh. With the shades. Where's my shades? What's happening? He's muted, I guess. I'm going to put on my shades until.
How's it going?
It's going great. I want to look like you, so I put on my shades too. So what do you think? Is this an ugly market or what? What's happening?
Dude, this has been, well, I mean, I'm saying in general, I mean, you're looking cool with those shades on, man.
I know.
I like it.
So is this like an ugly market or what's happening? You know more about it. Why do we have the choppy market? Guys, if anyone is having a bad day, you need to ask Matt what is going on. So what's going on?
Well, we're trapped in a weird VIX state where the volatility is kind of trapped high. I always talk about what I always call my magic VIX number. It's called contango midpoint. It's one number that lasts for an entire month in the VIX. And essentially, it's the midpoint between two contracts around the rollover of the options in VIX, which expire every third Wednesday of the month. It's simply the midpoint between the two contracts on that rollover night. And when you are above this midpoint, and it stays still for the month, when you're above this midpoint, the market's going to have a hard time catching like these bullish liquid waves. It's going to be choppier and less likely to pick a direction and just sort of more sensitive to news and stuff. And when you look overall, I mean, gosh, the hourly chart on today, I mean, look at these crazy wicks, right? The market is kind of trapped between like wanting to sell off, shorts wanting to cover, longs wanting to enter, and just not a lot of activity in general. I would say in general, the volume is relatively low compared to other bull markets. I mean, you can see on the hourly chart, these big bull waves had a little bit more volume where we're trading now. Let me take the glasses off so I can see.
Yeah, me too. I don't see anything.
Yeah, it's about like 100,000 shares, per hour peak, and now we're trading about 50 to 60 at peak. So there's not a lot of activity here. And really what's happening is that when VIX gets in this state, it usually just acts stupid for a month before it continues the rally. We've had a couple other months that did this before. And then, once VIX gets to be like in a cleaner spot, the market just gets a little bit better. But it's just one of those weird places. And I think that for now, if you were to put a gun to my head, I'm still picking to the bull side because, don't fight the Fed, don't fight the Trump. I don't know. That's my thought.
Yeah, I like it. I love it. And thank you so much for that clarification. I think we're going to stay on the bullish side on this one.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I'm definitely going to walk away. So I'm done for today. But who knows?
By the way, how was your trading day? It's choppy.
In London, there was a good trade. In New York, I also attempted another trade on only one funded account. But I lost an evaluation account today. I was fooling around in the chop, but I lost. And so far, that's it. So basically around break even on the funded, a little bit in the green, but slow days so far. And actually, slow day today. But at least I survived. So that's all I know.
Yeah, that's good. That's all that matters. This day has been very confusing for a lot of people. Every breakout it's failed. It's gone higher highs, higher lows, and then it fails and reverses. So I don't know. I don't know what to say today.
It is what it is. All right. Chad, thank you so much again. This was an amazing day. Again, love to be here. Tomorrow, the show continues, of course. The show goes on. And thank you again, W's, for Matt and everybody. And Matt, thank you again for the analysis and wish you a great session. All right.
Thank you, sir.
All right. Cheers, everybody. See you tomorrow.
Dubs in chat for Tom, guys. Hey, welcome. Dude, today was a crazy day. I'm not going to lie, but this is probably the easiest trading day I've had in like a month. This was so straightforward. My trading style. I got so excited. I don't know if you guys saw on my Twitter, but I was having so much fun. I busted my guitar out, dude. And I was like, head banging and playing my guitar on stream. Like this was me today. So, I had my axe going on and I was just like, we were having some fun. Straightforward. It's rare that you get days like this, but you guys know my favorite trade is liquidity pocket. And I'll pull this up in Rocket Scooter and show you guys. Liquidity pocket between bear zone top and bull zone bottom. This little scalp is what I call my 90%er. I hit that trade every single time. And every single time, it usually, you'll get like a couple a day and then it finally breaks out. But for whatever reason today, the market was like liquidity pocket frenzy, dude. Every time it got close, it would move back up. This moved up to there. It was 0 failures, by the way. It was like a feeding frenzy today. There were so many opportunities, and I'm up 20K. And all my funded accounts. These are all my funded accounts up 20K. Again, my winning streak is still going. Y'all have seen me. It doesn't look like I've had, it's been tough. Some days I fought, but I don't let it get to my head, but I'm on like a 3-week winning streak, man. It's been crazy. Yeah. But this was pretty straightforward. I posted my Discord. I made a little bit of this profit, maybe about half of it last night. Also, I longed at the open. After my boot camp was taught, I told everybody I run the overnight calculations. 6703 was dynamic hedge pressure. This is a bull or bear breakpoint for the overall market. I said, great. Opening above MHP, I'm long and out the door. And even though S&P was what opened up, I actually traded NASDAQ, and I hit NASDAQ very hard, and I got these 40-point rips in NASDAQ. There were 3 of them. Went up, down, up, down, up, down. I mean, it was just like chopping all night too. And I was just longing, went to bed, woke up, longing. I mean, I got out every single one of these trades. There, got out, there, got out, there, got out. And all day I made pretty much, essentially 10, 15-point rips in the S&P, and I got 40-point rips in NASDAQ over and over and over and over and over again. So it's really a really nice kind of trading day. Very clean, very simple. If you look at liquidity map on Rocket Scooter, you can see that blue open is a really strong pivot. Open, which is here, blue back to open. This is a very strong pivot that was just fighting all day on NASDAQ. So S&P had the pocket, NASDAQ had the hedge pressure long. And this was like textbook. This is stuff I teach on the first day. These are the first liquidity maps that you learn. This is your simple bull market liquidity map, and this is your liquidity pocket. So the bet is, if I'm still fundamentally bullish in the market, liquidity pockets should hold. I'm betting that holds. If you break this, the market plunges into darkness, and that's really bad. Fundamentally, I'm bullish. Today we had the jolts come out. The jolts are pretty much a nothing report. Nothing happened. Normally, jolts would be pretty much a big moving event in the environment that it's changing the direction of what the Fed thinks we need to be doing. As the jobs market deteriorates, the Fed's more likely going to be cutting rates faster. So we were waiting to see if the jolts were going to come out crazy, and they haven't been crazy. They've been pretty much in decline since 2022. And again, the active open jobs, there's still 7 million open jobs. That's higher than it's ever been, even in the rally up until 2019. It may seem like the jolts are in decline, but this is something to take away from this. This is the big news event today, by the way. And what is the jolts, right? The jolts is the most important news that's driving the Fed right now, is because it has to do with the labor market. And if companies are not able to fill jobs, then the labor market's going to have issues, right? So jolts is a job that's open that a company wants to fill within 30 days, and there's an available worker to fill it. That's it. There's a recruiter trying to get the worker in the job. Basically, there's no bottleneck. It's the pure supply and demand of labor and the matching of a job to an employee. Now, it's been in decline ever since 2022. Well, it went way up because everybody got laid off during COVID. And then finally, as people started getting vaccines or whatever and started getting brave enough to go back to work, and companies started bringing people back in, jolts started coming down. Jobs were being created by companies, but also people that left are now coming back. So as we've been coming lower and lower, we're still at about 7 million open jobs. It seems like, well, why aren't we having any job growth, right? Companies aren't opening up new roles. But if you look at it, 7 million looks like it's in decline. But if you actually remove COVID from the picture and you kind of delete everything, we're kind of like in this really neat little spot here where it's still sort of, actually, let me draw that better. It's still sort of like COVID never happened, finally, right? We're about 5 years later, and we're still kind of like right where that peak was. So we've just been creating jobs and creating jobs and creating jobs, minus the effect of what happened with COVID, whatever was transitory. We're kind of like back on path to that 2019 whatever rally. And of course, 7 million is still a lot of open jobs. So why aren't people jumping into them, right? They're jumping in slowly. There's a ton of reasons. We've explored it plenty of times on this channel, but that's kind of what you're looking at. Nothing really crazy came out of the report. It wasn't really big. It wasn't really low. It was just right on path with what was estimated. So market didn't seem to care about it, and we just didn't really move off of it. And I think the Fed, that kind of locks in the idea that the Fed is going to be cutting rates no matter what. And if the jolt's coming even worse, it's a higher likelihood we'll get faster rate cuts, I think is the big part of it. And that's it. Yep, yeah. So either way, this has been a fantastic trading day. My trading style, it lined up perfectly with my trading style. I get my liquidity pocket trades out of the way, and then I just wait. I don't chase these crazy breakouts. I'm not looking for a breakout. I think the market might close higher today, but man, look at this. Every single time, lower lows and lower highs. And that's it. So now I'm just kind of waiting to see if I get anything better. Support here to long. I'm looking for A+ setups this Nasdaq trade. I've been waiting all day for a clean Nasdaq. MHP bull zone bottom. This is A+ on top of A+. Right there, and A+ right here. If we tap these things, you guys tune in to my afternoon show. If we hit this, I'm going to hit all of my big funded accounts really heavy and try to get a 40K day. I'm going to hit those guys hard here and here. Waiting for that. Anyways, so guys, how'd y'all do today? So do my students also make some trades? If I teach them using my levels, did the people from Rocket Scooter make trades? I teach you a lot of trades. So I don't know, guys in Rocket Scooter, did you guys make trades today? I don't run like a Discord where I do call outs or people copy my trades or anything. I teach people how to trade independently. So I want to ask them who made trades today, and how'd y'all do? What's my biggest trading day like ever? In 2020, when I was trading before the prop firm thing was ever a thing, on my YouTube channel, I was trading my live trading account, and on those streams, 2019, 2020, my days were 5 and 6 figure days up and down. I think like in day trading sense, I had like a few 150 something K days. And that's when I was trading probably the most aggressive I ever traded. And then but I've also had 6-figure losing days too. These days, I don't day trade as heavy. I've sort of wised up to taking too much risk in day trading. I've started to find out that, the best place for me to put, my money is into stronger, more solid, less risky investments like commercial real estate. This is what we're trying to get into now. Investing in buildings, investing in businesses, things like that. This is what I want to do. Rather than risking it all on a single bet in the market. Once you start making a couple $1,000,000 in your life, you're going to start realizing that the last thing you want to do is day trade with it. You only need like 20 to 50K in a day trading account to make a 6-figure salary day trading. You don't need to put millions of dollars on the line. And no smart trader would ever risk that. Once you start making real money, it's more appropriate to plant it for like 5 to 10% passively. Imagine making 10% on $1 million, making $100,000 passively, doing nothing, right? You start looking for opportunities like that. So I stopped trading so big and instead started investing in bigger things. And now my income streams, I've got 18 streams of income in my life right now. So I've just compounded gains on top of gains that way. So I kind of keep my actual personal trading small. My personal trading account, I keep between 50 and 100K in it. Every time I make double the account, I take it out and just keep that on the side. So I try to keep my trading somewhat manageable without actually risking it all. And as I started making more money trading, my thought was, oh God, I can scale this infinitely. But when you're trading, I'm going to tell you, when you're trading 50 S&P contracts at a time, you start to have the effect on the market where you can't sneak in and out unseen. I might be paranoid by saying this, but maybe Steven could also chime in on this. You are no longer just sneaking in with a couple of contracts. Your order is bigger than the bid and the ask on the S&P. Okay, altogether. There's somebody on the other side of that trade, hundreds of $1,000s betting against you. They are, paying attention at that point. So I always had this feeling that you can only day trade so much to where the market starts pressing you out of your position by like the hedging against you directly gets so big. It wasn't as easy to be in big positions as well. I felt like mysteriously my trades would stop working as well the bigger I started going. So I think it kind of like supports my theory that you can't just infinitely scale day trading to like billionaire status. At some point, you got the entire, liquid value of a hedge fund on the other side of your trade. You're going to have hundreds of robots trading against you just to squeeze you specifically, right? So my thought as I got bigger and bigger was that it was riskier and the trades seemed to mysteriously like just try to test my, liquidity against me. All of a sudden it would just nosedive before it turned. I was like, man, it just seemed to move. The minute I got into the trade, it went against me 5 points all of a sudden. Like, wait, what the heck happened? So you have to, the bigger the trades you do, you have to be more clever in how you get in and get out. You can't just go in there and long 50 and let it ride as easily as you can, like long 2 and just disappear. So you're like at a high stakes poker table with all the sharks. Yeah, that's kind of what Keith said. It's kind of right. Now I may be paranoid by thinking this, but I'm going to tell you, I felt like the market was paying attention. I felt like people were like, who's this guy on the other side of the, like, it really wasn't easy just to kind of get in and get out. I feel like once I started passing like the 30 mark, 50 mark, sometimes I'd have 100 contracts on the line. It would be big. So, yeah. So now I just keep my, yeah. So somebody said, oh, no, man, you were right. Bigger than 30, people will start to notice. Yeah. Like once you're bigger than the bid or ask size, I mean, that's the current best bid and offer. You're the biggest buyer in town at that price. You overwhelmed every single seller at that price, right? Somebody's going to pay attention at that point. Yeah. So these days I trade no more than 10, usually somewhere between 5 and 10 at the most. Give or take E-minis. I try to aim at my personal accounts for roughly like 5 figures a day. 10K is about what I like to do. Keeping 50K to 100K in the account. And every time I make a 50 or make a big gain, I always try to take it out so that I don't risk it. And then it's just, play income and play money at that point. And as like a rule of thumb in trading, you have to remember, the more money that you have, that your goal becomes not to lose it even harder. And so the bigger you get, the better compounding gains compound. Like if you're going to make 2% on $1,000, you're not going to make anything. But if you're going to make 2% on 10 million, right, you're going to make 200K. So, that's actually substantial money that's worth something at lower risk. So the bigger money you get, the less risk you want to take for more of a guaranteed smaller income rather than a riskier income. And the same like philosophies usually apply to your retirement portfolio. As you start getting older and older and older, you start to kind of dial in and like lock down those volatile gains and start shifting more to fixed income where you just coast into retirement without taking a lot of risk, because you don't want to risk it the last, couple of years and have a market crash in the last year or two and you lose most of your retirement. So yeah. But currently right now, like in these accounts, some of these accounts I'm trading 10 lots. So somebody said, you can tell I've never traded 100 lot. Oh, I have. I don't ever buy 100 lot in a single bite. That's really stupid. If you buy 100 lots in a single bite, you're also stupid. You never should all in at a single bite. That's the dumbest thing I've ever heard. I always stage in injuries. So now you go back to my streams in the 2000s, you'll see those big positions. That's for sure. So, and that was all in a kind of like the height of my most aggressive day trading. And then all the money, what I ended up doing was taking, the millions of dollars that I invested into building Rocket Scooter platform and building Rocket Place. I bootstrapped those entire companies from my trading gains. Those are very expensive projects that I paid for. So I was like, that's a better use of my time to build something rather than to continue day trading heavy. Is it possible for you to draw my levels yourselves if you have option chain data? No, it's not. It's built from options data, but options order flow data is where we get most of the information. And the calculations clearly aren't like public knowledge. So somebody said, what are my other revenue streams? So, at the end of the day, most of my other additional revenue streams are businesses or other things that are relatively private, investments, things like that. I honestly don't share them because certain things I do, I have found, my own niche in something, and I kind of don't like share the secret. It's kind of like if you created some kind of business that's unique or invented something. But let me tell you what I am building right now. So right now, our IDOC and I are looking, and some of her family members are looking to buy a distressed pickleball facility. If not, we're going to open a franchise in Houston and build a giant pickleball facility, with food and drinks. That's what we're doing right now. IDOC and I are developing a fitness concept. We're going to be opening a studio next year. And also, one other thing we've been talking about is financing one of our family members who's a baker who might want to open their own unique boba shop / bakery. So those three things are like my current projects we're working on developing. And so pickleball, fitness, and boba, that's kind of where we're going. And my thing is I want to invest in people, and people that I know that are like me, that are going to push hard and build something great and like really help somebody make their dream come true and their business come true. So that's my thought, to invest in a person, not just a business idea. So that's coming right now. Anyways, like I said earlier, when I was betting big in the markets, I consider my paranoia. I always felt like the market moved much faster away from my position rather than, and maybe I'm just was being paranoid at the time, but I really did feel like I was not able to sneak in and sneak out like it was just nothing anymore. I really felt like it was really hard to trade once you got to that level. Did I short the 95.5s? I did not. I know I need to get my confidence up though, don't I? Do I know Sidebar in Dallas, Texas? No, I don't. Every time I go to Dallas, I only set up like the same couple of clubs. There's only a couple I've been to, like was it Green Door, I think is what it's called. That's the place we always went. How can I have so much diversified stream and not stress over it? I think over the years, I've just become sort of like seasoned at trading and also at streaming. I mean, this is like year number 10 of me streaming. I've gotten pretty good at like the routine, also being able to multitask and pay attention to the stream at the same time as dealing with you knuckleheads. And it just became routine once you've been doing it for long enough, and, simultaneously running Rocket Place that has like 400 vendors on it, and then simultaneously running Rocket Scooter, which has tens of thousands of subscribers. And it's like I'm balancing very well. I delegate a lot of stuff, which just makes it easy to manage things. But I think just like I don't get stressed out anymore because trading's become so routine. And even when the market gets crazy, I don't really feel stressed. I think to me, it's all numbers. And I've kind of reached that peak of feeling stuff. I don't really feel much. Like you see, like I had a big day and I'm not in here like pat myself on the back or whatever. It's just another day, right? If I get a pickleball deal, you'll be here, Houston local. Oh, hell yeah, man. That'd be great. Yeah, our thought was, we can either spend a lot of money and build a franchise from scratch. It'd be very expensive. Dude, concrete for pickleball courts is very expensive, by the way. Never thought about that, but we were like, we can buy a facility that's already there and then pop a franchise on top of it. It's kind of like what we might be doing. So, we play all the time. So, I think we stay in a range for the rest of the session. We break out. I think we break out. And it's hard to pick which direction. It's kind of a coin flip. Like Apple and Nvidia is basically going to be, where your eyeballs need to be today. And as you see, Apple sort of has just been like chopping the bed, like that. And Nvidia sort of like moved and then is sort of chopping. So whichever way, Apple down, Nvidia up, it's kind of like NASDAQ can't figure out what it wants to do. NASDAQ moved right at the turn of the hour, right when Nvidia started pumping. And then, the rest of the stock started kind of like not really moving the same amount. Like Meta is down, like and Tesla, which was the greatest stock for the last 2 months, is also down. So NASDAQ is sort of like, well, Nvidia is great, but everything else is bad, which is why I'm waiting for the A+ setups down here at the bottom. That's all I'm trying to do today. I'm an engineering heart. I'm a different breed. This is correct. Yeah. Looks like my ES levels are roughly 5 points away from each other. You said, wait, looks like your ES levels are roughly 5 points away from each other. So much for proprietary system. What does that even mean? That's just what the math ends up being. That's what the options are, man. So an example, open, blue, open. Sometimes there's not a trade. Open, blue, open. You see this right here? The setup. It's drawn, like literally the algo is like, here's the setup. Watch this. 1, 2, 3, 4. That V, 5, 6. It's there. Like it's pretty much there. Like a lot. The other set, and again, not every market is going to be, and the fact that they're 5 points on top of each other means that everything's congested and clustered. That's why the fucking market's going nowhere. That's how good our stuff is. They're not spread out with a nice, even, clean break. It's just chop, 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 chop between support, resistance, support, resistance, support, resistance. And it's clearly defined as the numbers on the chart and the words on the chart. Resistance, 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 support, support. So resistance there, support there, support there. And you can see that if you just zoom out, that's exactly what we saw in the day. It's pretty damn good. I appreciate the compliment. It's been really hard work on this. So, yeah. I mean, it's literally it's in plain English. It's so easy to read. So that's it. Nice and clean. Not every day is gonna be a trading day, right? And I'm on the sidelines right now, waiting for these A+ setups down here. NASDAQ has a better spread. NASDAQ has some really good setups. This is a right here. This is a 40-point rip on NASDAQ. From here to there is roughly a 80-point rip on NASDAQ. So I've got a bunch of a 1-to-1 and a 2-to-1 trade lined up at the bottom. I can already take later today. There to there, there to there. That's it. So yeah, ES is a clusterfuck. I agree. And that's why most people stop down. I made 20K. These candlestick patterns and other things people try to do, they get chopped up. I just trade the pocket here to here, here to here, here to here. I made this trade all day today. It's about to happen again. So I'm going to grab on it. As Giannis said, trading is 90% sitting on your hands. Waiting for A+ is most of the time. Never get touched is a good practice and patience. Helped you a lot. Jan nailed it. I love waiting for my A+. If this market were to die and sell off today, oh, that'd be great. That'd be so great. Appreciate you guys. Don't forget to like and share and sub to the channel. Matt is low-key a whale. Kind of. Yeah. I don't think they realize there are times when there are no setups. Yeah, that's the thing. And again, there are certain people that are just new to trading and they don't understand that there's going to be sometimes a setup there is no setup. That's actually very important to trading. Not every movement is a trade. Like I said, all day today, I've been taking the same setup here. This is the setup. The algo is pointing it out for me. I take this trade pretty much every single time from there to there. Today, if I do long from here, one final time, I could take the long. If we lose this by 10 points, market's pretty much dead down in here. So if we lose this, I'm going to be very scared of the market. If Nasdaq falls all the way down here, it falls pretty quick. So if S&P starts like dropping through this, Nasdaq starts dropping through this, and we get the big fall that I want to see. That would be the perfect setup for me today. Wait for these A pluses. Like I said, I'm going to try to go for 20K in each one of these 2 accounts here at the top. So if I get the A pluses, I'm going to hit it hard. 10 contracts each, all down inside of here. Yeah. What's my trading goal? Drain the pockets of the props out there? No, I really just like, props are a great educational experience for people that are new. And, for me teaching trading, like, for the longest time, I was the one guy that never traded props because I thought props are for newer traders and it wasn't for me. And everyone around me traded props, but I just traded my little stream with like elitist real futures traders. And we probably had like 200 or 300 people that would tune in every day, and that's it. Now we have like 20,000, right? Props are what you guys love. And I got into the business of getting involved in props because everyone else basically talked me into it. My goal really with props personally is just to show off that I'm good at it. It's not, for me, the goal is not to make any money with it. The goal is not to make the live account and make the money so I can fund any kind of income stream. This is prop income is relatively small compared to everything else I do. It's supporting like the trading community I built and the education I built to teach people how to play the prop game. I want to learn to understand it and beat it because it's a harder system than just trading on your own. It's a little bit harder, right? And so if I can master the props and then teach people how to do that, that's where most of you guys are. A lot of people don't really connect with real futures trading these days because props is where everybody stands at. So some of the techniques that you would teach for a real futures trader in their own account don't really apply to the prop world. Because I would never teach people, well, you got to, change your cost basis so that you don't hit DLL, and you have to cut your wins early so you don't hit consistency and things like that. Now, these are things you don't have with MyFundedFutures, by the way. No DLL, no consistency, which is what makes them great. But other props out there are going to have a bunch of crummy rules, trailing drawdowns and things. And, you guys are trying to navigate how to get through it. And so I was like, well, props being the perfect educational experience for somebody, I probably should learn how to master it. And so I set a goal for myself is to go live in every major prop firm out there, one at a time. So I currently have gone live in 2. I'm about to go live in a 3rd one. And that's just getting to the end to see if I can get there and just winning the live account and then flashing it like a trophy. Just to show people that I can do it. People are always like, are you a good trader? Blah, blah, blah. And I say, well, let me see. Let me see if I can do it on stream, and you guys determine for yourselves, and you can watch me get there and make your own judgment call. With a lot of talk in the trading world, for me, is all about I'm a shower. My results. I love to show everything. I don't like to just talk about it. I like to say, watch me and judge for yourself. I don't have anything about selling you the idea that I'm great. If you think I'm great, you watch and decide on your own. So my thought is, let me try to go every major prop and go live just to say I can do it. That really is my goal. Yeah. Great questions though. Would I plan to scale in the 10 lot position? Yeah. So down here, my big accounts, right? So I have A+ setups. I'm going to tap it with 3, all through here, or maybe 3, 3, 3, and 2 and 2. Essentially, I'm going to buy all inside of here. These are my accounts that are each going for 100K payouts. They have plenty of fat to absorb 5, 10, 20K losses. So I'm going to hit it hard and risk it pretty big to build all through here. If I get 3 and it bounces, that's great. If it dives there and I get 6 and it bounces, that's great. And then I'm going to stage around DD band for the overshoot. I might even await for the overshoot and do 4. Now I think about it with the volatility the way that it is, I might just hit 4 on the other side of DD. And then they'll only stop right there. Like I'm going to buy all through here to bounce it right back to here. So that's my big trade today if I get it. Yep. I never jump in my whole position at once. Like the person earlier was saying, doesn't sound like you ever trade 100 lot, because you don't trade all of it in one bite. That's what people that don't understand risk management do. Don't ever give away your whole hand in a single bite. Also, don't keep all your risk in one basket. A+, A+, A+. I got 3 of them there. It's like walking up to a blackjack table and, the blackjack dealer has already pre-dealt the cards and he's like, so, yeah, you could pick a hand to play. And you look at the table. This is no casino is like this, but you go to the table and you're looking at it. And then all of a sudden you got like a jack and a king and a queen and you have 3 hands and he's like, pick a hand. Which one do you want to play? You're like, oh, I want to play all 3 of them. They all look like possible winning hands. And every time one of them loses, the probability that another one wins goes slightly higher because it's one card fewer removed. So there's a higher probability you get the ace. Each time you don't win, your probability goes up. And each one of these are like 90%ers. So 10% and 10% and 10% is the lowest probability we break all 3 of them. I'm going to play all 3 hands. So I got to spread my risk out and ante up at all 3 of them for a chance to win in at least one of them. Professional betting is how you make it as a professional trader. So how was the foot tall sandwich? Oh, we're still eating it, by the way. We got a sandwich yesterday. It was a foot tall. I don't know if you guys saw it. Hold on. I still got it in the fridge. Hold on. This is half of it, by the way. So this is from a deli in Houston called Kenny and Ziggy's. It's a New York style, Jewish style delicatessen. And they sell these massive sandwiches. I'm talking like it was like 8 inches tall. And this is the one we got, which is kind of a joke sandwich called a Monte Cristo. But this is like a fourth of the sandwich still here. And you can kind of see it's like it's probably like this much of it left, which is a quarter. What is the Monte Cristo? You might have had it before. It's usually a deep fried ham and cheese sandwich covered in powdered sugar with raspberry jam to dip it in. Oh yeah, like that's crazy. So the one at Kenny and Ziggy is even worse for you. It's this tall. It's 3 fat pieces of French toast, by the way. So it's a French toast breakfast with this much. I'm talking like a whole pack of deli meat. This much turkey, cheese in layers, French toast. This much ham, cheese in layers, French toast, and it's this big with a pile of fries. They cover it in powdered sugar, and then they give you maple syrup and raspberry jam to dip it in. I'm surprised I'm not dead eating this thing. Super great. I wanted her to get it because she's never been there before, so I told her to get it. And she said that they looked at her so funny because she's a tiny girl ordering this big sandwich. Like, they're like, "Are you sure you want to order this sandwich?" So I totally was trolling her to tell her to order it. But it's so tasty because it's like, junk food sandwich. But it actually is really tasty. But she's like, I almost cried because they were giving me these nasty looks. But between like yesterday and today, we're never going to finish this dang sandwich. But anyways, this is my lunch for later. Back into the fridge you go. Thank God we have great medical insurance. Am I a trend trader? I am not. No, what I do is I predict volume pivots and I trade where volume will be. And that's it. And I use flow and options landscape to determine where I enter the market, where those volume pivots are going to be. And I use Confluence indicators to determine the direction. So the Confluence indicators will tell me what the stocks are doing, and the index is tracking the stocks. Simple as that. So my style is absolutely unique. There are 0 people in the world except for people I've trained that trade my style. This was my own path in trading, which was to determine, how to make sense of a random market. The candles are random and people are trying to chase trends. I don't believe there's a lot of trends. That's where I'm different than most people. Now I'm a mathematician, so I see the world differently than most people. And a lot of people that, try to stand up or debate against what I say don't really have the same, I guess, intellectual capacity a mathematician would have to see numbers or patterns. I see the market as no patterns. And maybe that's just me, and y'all can disagree if you want. I don't see patterns in the market. And I'm really good at seeing patterns. Like when I take the SAT test and Anything else that's like, here's this, this, and this. What's the next number in the sequence? What's the next shape in the sequence? IQ test. I nail it. I'm so good at patterns. Like that's what I'm designed to see. And in 15 years of doing this, I've never seen a pattern in the stock market. Never. I've never seen it. Like my brain doesn't look at this and go, there's some sense to this. There's some pattern here. I've seen things that are repeatable, but I've never seen a pattern in the market. Never. And maybe that's just my inability. Maybe I'm the wrong one. But in my opinion, there's no pattern. Agree or disagree? So I stand on the idea is, okay, well, what's repeatable if there's no pattern? Like, what was the pattern? Well, every single one of the trend traders in the world that chased the breakout has gotten squeezed. Lower lows, higher highs. There sure as hell is no pattern today. My trading style has me sitting out. And now I could act right here if I wanted to. One final time. I'm going to wait for a bigger A+ on NASDAQ and see if I can get it. So what makes me different with this is that I don't see anything repeatable. Or sorry, I didn't see anything as like something that's happening now implies something's going to happen. I don't think that happens. And I know Jim Simons, the mathematician who started the hedge fund, the most winningest hedge fund manager ever, also has said the same thing. He's also like a kind of like an idol of mine. I think his approach to the market was rather brilliant and simple at the same time. And he also believed there were no patterns in the market, that it was mostly random noise. And so my thought was, I was struggling with technical analysis, and I was struggling with I was struggling with trying to figure out, like, why aren't the patterns working? Why aren't the indicators working? And normally for the first couple of years, I spent trying to convince myself that I was wrong and that there's some establishment in Wall Street that somehow sees something I don't see. And it only took 5 years of my life to finally get good at trading, or like good enough to quit and do it full time, where I started in that period of 5 years. The biggest determination I had was that I am smarter than Wall Street. And so are you, by the way. Don't think I'm just tooting my own horn. You guys are as well. The biggest problem in Wall Street is it tries to convince you it's so complicated that they know something you don't, and they're smart and you're not. That's the biggest lie that's ever been told in Wall Street. I'm not lying. There's nothing that they can do that you can't do. You were all as smart as Wall Street, and not, if not smarter. You all have the same skills. You went to the same school. You got the same degrees. There's nobody out there that got handed a master code book of markets that they know something you don't know. That's the biggest lie in the world, is that the market is going to beat you because you're dumber than what's out there. You're not dumber. You're just slower. That's it. That's why you lose. You're slower and you have less information. Doesn't mean you're dumber. But my thought was, man, I'm missing out on something. Like, Wall Street must be so smart, and I'm the dumb one. And it turns out that after a couple of years, I realized, no, that's dumb and I'm the smart one. This doesn't work. Instead of trying to convince myself I need to keep applying this because it's supposed to work, I realized that it doesn't work. And then once I did, I said, well, I'm going to start over and build something that I think works. And that's what led me on the path I did. What is repeatable is finding where volume will be. As a matter of fact, every time you touch this dark gray box here, there'll be predictable volume. At 9:30, the algo draws these lines, right? And there's a volume spike each time you touch that light gray box. Okay, so maybe the market is random, but that's not. Every time there's volume. So what does that mean? Well, no matter if I want a long or short based on whatever pattern or trend, it doesn't matter. But at least I'm longing or shorting from the right place. And that's really what's important. That's where the traders are. And if I could determine where the traders are repeatably, then I have a better chance at making money when I'm wrong and getting out with less of a loss than somebody who gets in at the wrong place. And that's an advantage. And then that brainstorm to me was what led me down the path of making tools that predict volume rather than predicting direction patterns. If I'm wrong from the right place. If you're wrong from the right place, you're always wrong small. If that's where the traders are, then that's where I'm going to pick my coin flip. So at least I'm trading where the traders are going to be, and that's the edge. So in general, that's where I was like, okay, well, the market's random, but at least volume's not. Every time you touch hedge pressure, there's going to be a volume spike. So what it does is it narrows down all prices to just a few areas that matter. That's important. That's important. And like all of this is important. Everything else in the middle, I don't know where you guys are chasing. I'm sitting on my hands, and I've been doing most of that all day. And because there's no proven traders there or no reason to exist, these are explaining gamma exposure levels, gap fill principles, margining practices, all kind of stuff is built in these tools to predict volume. That's why I'm a little different than most people. People find it weird that I don't have overlay indicators. People find it weird that I don't look at bear flags and bull flags and breakouts and SMT concepts and all that SMC or whatever. People find it weird that I never change the time frame. It's always on the 1 minute. All of my success comes from controlling my position size and getting out the right place because I'm longing or shorting from the right place. That's it. And it's a very simplified, watered down trading style that's actually removed all the complication of trying to find patterns in the freaking noise, which is what most people like to do. It's just try to find a pattern in the noise. Once I accepted there was no pattern for me, it was a whole new ball game. It doesn't mean that you can't find repeatability in certain concepts like candlesticks applications. It's still good. It's just not going to predict the market. It's going to fail half the time and work half the time, which is not bad. It's just not an edge. You're the edge as the trader. Your risk management and your allocation of how big of a position you're in, where you stop, where you get in, that's the edge. How you control that position once you're in, that's the edge. You as a trader, you'll find no edge trying to find patterns in the noise. In my community, we call it chasing around pigeons with a clipboard. Kind of like that movie, A Beautiful Mind, where he's chasing around the pigeons, trying to write down, extracting out. He's like, he's like, what are you doing over there, Mr. Nash? I'm trying to extract an algorithm for these pigeons eating. And they were looking at him like, whatever. They were fighting over breadcrumbs and he was trying to extract an algorithm to describe their behavior. So we tell people don't go chasing pigeons with clipboards. You're going to ultimately end up just driving yourself crazy. That's it. And what's really neat about volume prediction is you can kind of see where the volume's clustered up. Right now, it doesn't look like there's a real big tradable event. You've got resistance, support, resistance, 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 support. It doesn't look clean, does it? It's not giving me one clear direction. So the answer is, what do I do? Well, the answer is there is no answer and do nothing. That's what most people lack in a trading strategy, the ability to do nothing. Everything is supposed to be a signal and pattern, but zero of you guys as trading indicators ever tell you, don't use me right now. This is something that's really missing from a lot of trading strategies. The absence of a trade, the confirming that there's no clear direction of a trade. That's just as important as identifying there's a trade. See, in science, when we do an experiment and we prove something right, it's a great breakthrough. We predicted, proved this, we found this, we discovered a new comet, we found a new principle in quantum mechanics, whatever. Everyone celebrates. But you know what also people celebrate? When you prove that something doesn't work. You disproved something. Somebody had a theory and you proved that it's not possible. We didn't learn anything new. We didn't gain any advancement, but we learned that something isn't going to be a thing. And that's just as important as learning that something is going to be a thing. Finding something out is extremely important in your trading. And so most people that are trading don't understand that you have a third signal, not the long, not the short, but you need a signal to sit out. A lot of people are missing that. Indicators are always firing out signals. For me, the indicators are resistance, support, resistance, support, resistance, support. What does that say to you in plain English? Doesn't that sound choppy to you? Which one is which? Which one do I trade? This thing kind of sucks. It's not telling me what to do. Like, sit on your hands, you freaking ADHD knucklehead. Not every move you need. Like, you don't need to chase every move like it's moving. It looks choppy. It doesn't give me a clear signal. It's going to be choppy. That's part of it, right? And so another saying I tell people is, if you are a hungry wolf, a starving wolf in the forest, chasing every squirrel that you see moving to try to get a snack, you will be too tired to chase down the wounded pig that's just limping by. And you will starve to death. Not every little twitchy little move in the market is worth touching. Period. And so sometimes if your trading style or indications have the inability to show you that there is no signal, then you're missing out on 1/3 of what my entire bootcamp practices and teaches. I teach 3 things in the bootcamp: identifying a trend, risk and position management, and market avoidance. 1/3 of the entire bootcamp is how to avoid the market. It's extremely important to not be chasing. Market looks like it's going down. How many of you right now are thinking, ooh, I want to short? Like, now you're thinking, I want to short. Like this moment in time, I think it's going to die. Looks like it's going to die. Let me get in on the short. Here's how your brain is thinking. I won't get me some of that. Looks like it's moving. I'm going to get some of that. Well, it's already been moving the last hour. You're kind of at the end of the trade. You might make something, but that's like such a small position, such a small run compared to the biggest one. You want to get some of that, right? It's the market moving that's trying to make you see a pattern to make you act on the market. Whereas, could you try to get in the position here before that happened? Like, that was my goal. Market's fallen to my support. This is telling me there's a green arrow from there. And again, I didn't take the trade, but I very well could have. There to there, again, is another trade, support to resistance, just like the algo was showing me. It was red. I could have bought the long and closed out 5 points. That's why I didn't take it. But you see what I'm saying? The candles try to like tell you to do something. And every time they move, you get more and more antsy, like you need to move on the market. I know exactly what I need to do. And you guys, if y'all come to my afternoon stream, you'll probably get to see me make this trade. I drew this on my chart, 9:30 in the morning, same thing. I can't wait for the 637 tap in NASDAQ. I'm going to get it, right? There's not much meat on a squirrel. Yeah, that's kind of the saying there, right? And I tell people that a lot. It's not much meat on a squirrel. And, you know, I got some juicy big fat pigs down there, A pluses down at the bottom. And yeah. So a couple of questions you guys have. Yeah, so like ICT style is like trying to look for momentum and support and consolidation and momentum breakouts. You know, that's kind of the whole concept of candle theory. And candle theory is great. It's just you're slightly inefficient. Like an example is if the market moves like this and then dips and then rallies and then supports, you know, your typical flag trader or ICT trader is going to be looking for that support as a place to get in on. And the difference between me and those kind of traders, and I'm trying to literally get in there, like on the dip instead of waiting for the confirmation of the breakout. Like this is a stronger play if it does that. I'm trying to get the bigger part of the move. And so while it is consolidating and people are betting on the breakout, usually is when I'm exiting a trade. So I try to develop something where I can actually catch the dips on those liquidity sweeps and stuff. Like here, this is a strong, solid long. I could take this just to showcase this one particular trade here on the S&P. And this is essentially like, I don't have a lot of evidence that it's going to rally from here, but pocket has been one of my favorite trades to take all day. And with sort of indicators sort of like flattening out, being negative now, there's really not a lot of power, I think, to break this out to go higher. And I don't really need to stick another scalp. Instead, I'm going to bet if the market falls apart. And S&P's got some solid supports and NASDAQ down here. So I'm actually going to skip out on this one. Bart Simpson patterns is funny. But everybody, remember, don't just be like, Matt says this is true, so this is canon. Everybody in the market, like I said, nobody's smarter than the market. I mean, sorry, the market isn't smarter than you. You're smarter than the market. I'm not smarter than you. You're smarter than me too. Everybody is smart at seeing the market in their own way. There's no right or wrong way to do this. If I don't see patterns, don't be like, well, Matt doesn't see it, so I need to abandon it. That's just one guy's opinion, and that's just some stranger on the internet telling you that. I'm a stranger on the internet, right? Take it with a grain of salt. Look for yourself, but be honest quickly. The more honest you are with yourself, the better you'll get your strategy in place. If you truly are spinning your wheels in the mud using the same indicator set for 2 or 3 years and you think you're the idiot that can't figure it out, maybe think that your indicator's the idiot and you just got trapped into something that can't be figured out. You're not going to be able to extract an algorithm from a bunch of pigeons fighting over breadcrumbs. It's not possible. So you might be doing that and trying to do that. You're micro tuning your strategy. Well, the 1 minute chart, this and that, there's 3 or 4 crossovers. Maybe after the 4th crossover, I'll buy, okay, wait, maybe the 3rd. Okay, maybe the 6th. No, maybe it's 5. Well, the average is 4.5. You start to sound silly when that mathematics really has no substance. It just sounds like you're sort of curve fitting and guessing. Start to stand back and analyze and be like, holy crap. I feel like I'm just guessing. And in reality, there is no substance here. And start to analyze and be honest with yourself quick. The quicker you're honest with yourself about stuff like that, you're going to see improvements very quickly. Once you realize there's a lot of things that don't really provide an edge, you're trying to see there's an edge in something. Learn to prove something or disprove something quickly. Backtest it quick. Somebody always says, how many trend line bounces? How many times does it bounce on the trend line until you stop taking it? What? The answer is that there's no answer to that. Some people are like, well, 2 is strong. No, 3 is strong. No, 5 is strong. Like, what? Does it get stronger or weaker each time you bounce? What? I think you can't determine any of that. I think it's indeterminable. I think there's no answer to that. That's my answer to that. Nobody knows. If it bounces 2 or 3 times, it could be getting stronger or weaker. You don't know. And there really is no pattern to that. That's a pretty good answer to the trend line problem or the support. It's bouncing liquidity pocket. Bear zone top today. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Now the 9th time. It's worked 8 out of the 9 times. Is this the one time it fails? Well, it's a 90%. So maybe this is the 1 out of 10 it'll fail. The answer becomes, did it become weaker or stronger each time? This is the day it just caught a little harmonic oscillation inside of it. It just somehow caught this wave and had a hard time breaking out of it. So the answer is there's no answer. And as I started like discovering that in my own trading, it led me down a whole different path. In reality, I'm going to do a trading challenge starting next month. I'm calling it the random trading challenge. What I'm going to do is prove that risk management's all that you need. I'm going to do this challenge live in a single real account with my own money. I'm going to put 20K in account. I'm going to let you guys as a community come to my stream and vote and pick an hour randomly, any hour. The rule is I must long the market. I'm not allowed to short. I must long only in that hour at a place of my choosing within that hour. I must trade within that hour. And I either get full stop on the position, 10 points S&P, 40 points NASDAQ, or I get full profit on the position. And you guys will pick where I long the market. Not me. You just ran. It's going to be random. And I will make money in my trading account. Randomly trading. Just using risk management principles and position sizing principles. I'll be able to analyze the risk at that time and trade small. If I believe it's too risky, I'll trade big if I believe it's good. And I'll prove to you guys that the market's random and I'll make money with a random choice. And so y'all watch that live. I'm going to do that to try to make a splash in social media. People going crazy over that. The idea is that risk and position management is all that matters. How about you pick a random spot? You pick a direction in risk management. That's actually probably even better way to do it. You guys just say, okay, now do something now, and I just do something then. Okay, maybe we can do it like that. That might work better. But the idea is just to prove that I have control over my position and that I can prevent myself from blowing up even randomly chasing the market. Meaning that I get to control. The problem is if you guys pick a random spot, that makes it a lot harder because in reality, I'm sort of trading in a lot of 50-50. Although I probably won't be able to make a lot. I probably won't lose a lot either. But if you pick random spots in the middle, there's really not a lot of edge. I need to kind of formulate, okay, within the hour, I need a trade plan that I can play off of. So that's why I was going to do it that way. But it might be even harder if you guys pick like, okay, now. And I go, okay, I got to do something now. Maybe I'll do that challenge next to make it even harder. Anyways, Tick is really ramping up. Yeah, I think a lot of the stocks, I would say there's a lot of movement starting to move right now. Yeah. 15 to 25. What'd you say, Will? Approaching pivot. I'm waiting for 678 on NASDAQ. That's my big pivot I'm looking for today. Oh, so don't forget, guys, that lasts until midnight today. Pass one, get one, 25% off all MyFundedFutures accounts for existing customers. And for your first time, 50% off on your first account you get with these guys. So if you haven't checked out that deal, it's a flash sale today. 678 is that yellow line. Yes, sir. That's correct. Hopefully you guys got a little bit of info. So you guys, I promise y'all a lesson every single day. It is approaching my time to leave. So I do got to go in a second. Really appreciate you guys being here. Thanks for subbing to the channel, of course, and giving MyFunded TV all your love and support as they reach 51,000. That's amazing. Here's my stream. I'll be here. And like I said, you know, my opinions on the market, that's just me. I'm unique and weird. I got my own weird way of seeing things. That link that I just posted, I'll be live in a little bit. You guys can hang out and see the rest of the day. I'll try to hit these A+ if we get there. And love you guys supporting the community and being here for us, and obviously being here for me. It's really awesome. For more information about my trading style, feel free to ask me any question you want ever, especially on my stream. I live trade. You can see my live trades on stream every single day, morning and afternoon. So we'll see y'all later, and I'm out. We'll talk to y'all. Bye. Thanks for tuning in.
Yeah. Charts scribbled like hieroglyphs, secrets in the mist. Candlesticks whisper, every wick got a twist. Fibonacci spiral, price dance in a trance. Pyramids of profits if you catch the right glance.
Inner circle move, shadows on the screen. Trading on the edge, chasing that dream. Cipher in the candles, fortune in the haze. The cipher in the riddle, money through the maze.
Liquidity hunts, snipers in the dark. Stop loss graves marked by the market shark. Order block sermons, preaching through the pain. Catch the ICT code, ride the profit train.